location for a more major kind of boat ramp where people can park trailers and whatnot. But again, that kind of moves the circulation out of town a little bit. Maybe that's desirable for a boat ramp, but really in town, it's kind of limited to the confluence area, which would work. I think that boats would be able to come from downstream and still come up into the frying pan right there and access a boat ramp, as well as put in there and move downstream. Yes?
I have a question for you. I like the vision you're laying out of things happening coming into town, and barring the idea of an actual boat ramp in downtown, what about a docking station, for lack of better terms, where people could, there could be some kind of water activity right in downtown at the park, but not a boat ramp, but some way to pull boats up and come in and have a beer or whatever kind of thing? Sure,
that's a great idea, and that's the kind of thing we could probably figure out something. I mean, it's probably possible to do something like that at the 7-Eleven and Confluence area. You know, I don't know, you know, I guess the Riverside, it depends on what they're coming to town for. You don't really have any kind of, you know, all this whole section of town kind of just backs up to the river without any activity on the riverfront here. They've got great riverfront properties that, you know, they're not utilizing that way.
Well, I was actually talking more right downtown where the Pan and Fork is, of some kind of, even if it was not quite as active as Whitewater, but
Sure.
some kind of activity where boats could pull in. Because I mean, for me, us, the downtown merchants, the people who live here, we're kind of missing the boat if it's strung out all over everywhere. It's great for the activist, you know, the person who's in the boat, but it would be nice if there was a way to also focus on bringing those people into the park.
The Basalt Marina.
Whatever.
Yeah.
And you know.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea, but again, I guess my point is we could do that. We just need to decide where that goes. That's probably, and if this is the new Pan and Fork site, is this what you mean by the Pan and Fork downstream?
Yeah, I think that, I mean,
bridge?
Someone that has more understanding of how that grading in there was developed would probably answer this differently. But I know that when we, you know, since 2012, we've been looking, and really, my understanding was, as the way we've graded and put the jetties and stuff, that, you know, you might be able to have a ducky or a kayak kind of come in that area, but other than that, really no boats would be able to probably come in that area. There's a launching area that's connected with Old Palm Park, and that's right there. So that might serve as that.
Or even the concept of something at the library side where they would, well, this is way down the road planning kind of thing that I'm.
And the library site is one of,
opportunities in there.
yeah.
I think,
Make sure that the opportunities are
and we'll-
listed in there, and we'll worry about the details. It's just your opportunities of where to put, and then the opportunities are to try to put the boat ramps closer to town, so you get that action. That should be enough for now, considering.
Right, and I think this area, I mean, I know you guys just did a lot of work right there, but, you know, it could potentially be enhanced for a more specific issue like having the dock there, or even, you know, I mean, I know it's probably not the ideal use of this site, but it would also probably be an appropriate boat ramp site as well, and so we can, you know, we can re-envision that. And my point down here was that there's just, in town, there's, except for the Riverside Grill right there, there's not really any businesses that front the river, but if that's the vision for the Pan and Fork site, then that would be the appropriate place to be able to dock your boat and get out and whatever, go get a sandwich or a beer or get new flies.
Try off.
Well, and I think what Gary's saying is all I'm saying, is just, can you just make sure that there's clumps of opportunity, that you keep us in mind as like a stopping point, one side, both sides,
Sure.
right downtown.
Sure.
There's a boat ramp on the south side of the Midland Bridge that goes into Richie's Youth Center stuff.
Where's that at? Down here at,
It's on the upstream side of the Midland Bridge.
He's
It's
just-
constructed right into the river. It was
This,
done
he's just talking about
a
this.
long
little-
time ago. But
oh,
it's-
yeah,
but
they
it's a
have,
ramp.
they have like a docking, little stairs
Yeah,
down.
but you
and
could pull a raft out there.
You could put one
or a
raft in
kayak,
there.
You know, and that was, again, those guys put a building in the river setback, years ago, and we red tagged it and shut them down, and then insisted that they create that easement back there and put the boat ramp in and a bunch of other stuff. So it is in there. And again, you know, it's an opportunity that's just been sitting there that nobody knows about.
Okay, we'll mark that one too, and then let's go ahead and maybe go continue downstream, and then if we have time, we can kind of come back to this one. Does that work? So Jason,
So again, from here downstream, for one, I mean, there are people that put in at Fisherman's Park and come down through here with more of their drift boat, something that's a little heavier, you need to get a trailer close to the water at least, type of idea, not really going down steps as much, although there's ways to make steps work with rails and stuff that you can slide bigger boats in and out. So you could have like a boat ramp where you do have steps and rails, even for dory boats, that you could at least put in and sometimes winch out at a site. But from here down, again, it's just really underutilized. People do put in a Fisherman's Park to go from here down. It's not a lot of use, it's probably getting more and more use
It's a
every
decent
year.
amount of use. We track it through our commercial use permit system, and the commercial use permits and, especially fishermen, you know, are definitely putting a lot in at Fisherman Park, but they're going way past us.
Right.
They're not stopping in Basalt, they're going all the way to, you know, some of them go all the way to Carbondale or Glenwood, and it's a big day on the river for fishing.
Right.
That's a pretty decent amount of use.
And I think it has gotten a lot more popular with the guides. I think you're absolutely right. And there is a differentiation between the guides and kind of the private users, because the guides usually have someone running shuttle, someone dropping off the boat. They got a little more professional ability to get a boat in at that Fisherman's Park site, and I think it's a lot less people taken out at Fisherman's Park, but that could be improved too. So at any rate, there's a big diversion structure downstream of here, and then so it's actually pretty much there's a way to take out at Hooks Bridge, but it's a very, very difficult
want to get to
eddy.
that one, James?
It's a very difficult eddy to take out. So there's really great, a big wide riparian area just downstream of town, a lot of complexity in the river, really interesting river channel, and then it kind of goes into a little canyon behind Emma, where Emma Creek comes in, which is another unique place. I think this is really good for like wade fishing and people just pulling off the side of upstream of Emma, between Emma and town. People pulling off the side of Two Rivers Road again and rethinking how Two Rivers Road interfaces with the river, and having kind of designated areas for people to put in and kind of do a loop. Wade fishing is a good idea in this reach between here. Then the river kind of goes into the little canyon through Emma. That comes through a canyon through Emma, which is kind of a really neat area down there, and so, you know, the eagles are in there a lot, and
It's good fishing.
and good fishing
Say that?
and remote and down deep and a neat experience. Then you come under the Highway 82 bridge, and there's the Robinson, really a difficult boat passage for a lot of people. It's probably the biggest kind of navigation hazard on the river downstream of Lingo throughout this. And I think that in itself has really kind of limited the use of the entire reach. Again, the professional people, the guides, they actually, I think, prefer it because it does limit how many people are utilizing this reach. And so the guides, recognize that this is a little bit more private reach or exclusive reach because there's certain tricks to getting in and out of the river and navigating the river that only the professionals are adept at.
Load up the nose of the boat. What if there is just throwing it out there, there's a Pickens County open space where the Emma store is. I don't know what the terrain's like behind that, but we have the bird watching area on the wetlands, and then that wetlands kind of goes away.
Go
We
back
get
to
Yeah.
more channelized.
It's a huge wetland complex on that side.
Yeah,
Huge Wetland.
yeah, but
Actually,
I think
Yeah, it's right in there.
but the structure I'm talking about is below that. The old Emma stores and the White House, isn't that below the wetlands?
No, I mean, right at the Emma store, right at the Emma store is a huge drop off.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah, it's a huge drop off, and then as you go
It's like
up
right up
valley,
here.
yeah, it's a pretty significant drop off, but if you go up valley,
Yeah, then you're.
that's a huge wetland, which is
Right.
pretty sweet.
These complexes in here and behind the water
But it-
treatment plant.
In terms of fisherman access to get in there, it's not as impactful as, but, that's another thing to put on the list. Where that bird watching thing is, and there's some other stuff going on.
So, can I just interrupt real
Yeah.
quick? So were we thinking of just, meeting up, grabbing our commissioners and our food and coming back out here for a discussion?
Or at 6 o'clock,
6,
right.
okay,
Yep,
just wanna
yep.
make
And as
sure.
soon as the commissioners, we
I
can
think I
wrap
hear
up.
them playing with our food now.
Oh, really?
Playing with our food.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
yeah.
so, I think we could finish up here in
Sure.
a minute, but so the Robinson Ditch area, there is some land down in here, the bike path kind of bisects it, but there's potential for a park here, improving navigation on the Robinson diversion. It could be another whitewater site, but again, it's a little bit removed from town, it's close to Willits town, but that's an area that, I think that would draw more circulation in town, just people using this. And then the Hooks Bridge, there is a boat ramp there. It's not too bad to put in there, but there's not really any eddy, to take out. You'd have to have someone catch your boat in order to take out there.
The guides know how to do it.
Right, if you have a person that you can radio and say, all right, I'm coming right now, I'm gonna throw you the line, then, right, so you gotta.
Otherwise,
Now,
you
what
go
they
off
do-
that next,
That's the one by our house.
They take
Yeah.
out at the picnic table where
Yeah,
there is an
you're going
eddy.
You're going over these other drop structures,
Right.
and you got 10 more miles to Carbondale, and so you're in for the long haul. You better have enough beer at that point. But there is an area where you could really make a great boat ramp with a nice big eddy right down there that would really be a lot more friendly to put together this reach from Basalt to Hooks.
Is that the CDOT spot, the big
no,
wide
that's
spot?
past that,
Picnic table.
yeah.
Oh, it's picnic table, oh, they already do that, okay.
Yeah, it's just upstream. The boat ramp right now is right here. Oh, this one, yeah. Is it right here?
Yeah,
Okay. And then just upstream of that is more appropriate from the river. The boat ramp was put in opportunistically, I guess, where there was access from the roadside
Right.
but it didn't really work with the river circulation. It gets used, I've used it a bunch, I've never tried to take out.
What about that spot I was referencing upstream, the big CDOT?
Yeah.
Big flat spot with
yeah.
all the junk?
The aerial's a little dark, and Jackie, I think that's why you didn't know where we were, but go back next slide.
Yeah, is that
James, it'd be,
the Robinson ditch?
yeah,
Mhm.
the one,
You know, I could lighten these photos with my camera.
I think, we have a lighter copy, this is the scanned copy in the council packet, I think. So we've got these electronically that, we can send out that are a lot. So is this the CDOT,
yeah.
or the CDOT yard on this side of the bridge?
Yeah, she's also talking the
Right
other
before it
side
goes
is
under the
owned by
bridge.
CDOT, right there.
Yeah, so this was probably old right away, and they probably wanna retain it if they ever have to replace the bridge. Here, they try and keep it right away so they can parallel it, but, yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity for a really neat river park down in that location. You know, there's a couple of ditches that you have to cross, there's, you know, the way they maintain the ditch and the diversion has to come into play. The bike path would probably need to be rerouted or rethought of a little bit in there. And, you know, parking might have to be, how you drive, how you get in and out, egress to park in there or something like that would be a trick. But there's land down there. It's a neat spot. The river needs improvement there. There's potential, partners with the Lewis's here, with the, Metro District that I think operates most of that ditch there. So.
It just would be nice if this whole stretch was kind of like the Rio Grande Trail, where it was pretty user-friendly, and I wouldn't want to see it become bumper to bumper or anything, but maybe there'd be things to limit that, but make it much more community-friendly, because our town strings on forever.
And that's an important reason to address it, is because it probably will become more popular. And one thing that we really like to do is figure out how to facilitate it appropriately and really concentrate those use points, and then, you know, restore and isolate the rest of the river bank and the area between the use points.
Yeah.
And as your river gets more and more use, you really have to concentrate and facilitate that access, otherwise you just get random trampling up and down the entire river.
So we're probably, yeah, just a second, Rick, and then we'll go back to your question, but we're probably running out of time. I guess the two things I would just ask you, is there anything else that you need to know before we break and then meet with Picken County Commissioners? And then the other thing, is there any other thing that you would like us to put on? We took notes. Is there anything else you'd like us to kind of look at? I think afterwards, in the future, we probably want to regroup and talk about schedule and, you know, how we move from here, but.
Did you have?
Yeah, I mean, there's just volumes and volumes of information, starting from Wingo all the way down through to Spur. And I've watched Two Rivers Road get more activity on it and more paths carved down to the river in random places and people parking all over. And, you know, I remember being in there one day and somebody had stuffed their lunch bags and styrofoam cups up underneath the root wad of a cottonwood tree, you know, stuff like that. And I think that's, you know, I don't know that we have to reinvent the wheel too much here. The goal of this whole process back quite a while ago was to do exactly what you said, define points, and then keep things sterilized in between, and you're either wading or you're floating, and you're not randomly going all over the place. And it's gotten to the point now where you're starting to get runoff and erosion and sand and silt from the road and a bunch of other junk down it, especially along this north end of the river. It's getting kind of, in fact, we even store old road base and recycled asphalt, a bunch of other stuff up there as you approach the curve going out of town. And that's just a practice, again, that I think if you include opportunities in here, you know, look at where we're experiencing runoff, where it's getting into the river and it's not getting filtrated, it's not getting captured, it's not getting detained. It's just going directly in there. And, you know, it's kind of been a sore point of mine for a while. So on the civil side, looking at drainage and
Right.
dealing with that.
And again, it's perfect timing to get this all meshed with the Two Rivers Road Master Plan.
Great. Shall we
Break and then come
call
back.
it good?
Thank you.
Okay, folks, we are gonna leave for just a minute. We're gonna come back with other people, and I think we're gonna, do the kid thing first, okay.
With, yeah.
voice before the night is over, and some people will be really happy about that. But the next section of our meeting is the favorite for all of us, and it's when we recognize Basalt Students of the Month. And tonight we are recognizing students on the basis of fairness. There's 6 pillars, which is all very interesting, but tonight the subject is fairness. And fairness means that you play by the rules, you take turns and share, you're open-minded and listen to others, you do not take advantage of others, and you do not blame others carelessly. So we have, usually we have high school students, middle school, and elementary school. Tonight, we just have elementary and middle school. So I am just going to start down the list here, and you might want to see who you've got here. Jacqueline Northrup. Is Jacqueline here? Oh, bummer.
Is Jacqueline here?
No, Jacqueline Northrup. Okay. We will save your award for later. Leon Riley.
Very nice.
Yay.
That's Leon Riley.
Oh, Leon.
I
right
know, I
here.
know, Rick had. Hey, hi Leon. Hi Patty, it's nice to meet you.
You too.
All right, you get to turn around and face the audience and be on TV. Okay. Oh, I don't have my glasses. Oh, here, you can read. It was yours today.
Here's some glasses.
Those are my distance.
Oh.
I'd really be confused then.
Do the honors.
You can do it. You've got it.
And
You've got it, Patty.
whoa, these are really, okay, with Rick's glasses, I'm going to see through Rick's eyes. When I think about fairness, the first student that comes to mind is Leon Riley. Leon exemplifies the qualities of a trustworthy student by his academic honesty and honorable actions. Not only do Leon's teachers find him to be fair, the students around him give him their trust and respect as well. Leon is a strong leader who is genuinely himself. Leon works incredibly hard to achieve his goals. This, along with the fact that people can trust him, will propel Leon far into this world. Congratulations, Leon. Thank you for the glasses.
Great job. Okay, what about Esther Mercado Martinez?
I have your certificate of achievement, and this is what your teachers had to say about you. Esther Mercado is a student unlike any other. Not only is she well-rounded with her extracurricular activities and her schoolwork, you can tell that she has such an understanding of deservedness and fairness in both of those aspects of her life. In class, she is a hard worker who takes the time to help those around her while still excelling above most students. Outside of school, she helps out at home with her parents and her 2 siblings, unselfishly sharing her time while still finding time to study and dance.
Congratulations, dear.
Good job.
So why do we love this? Is it too obvious? Okay. I had to save this one for last because this is a friend of mine, Oliver Fox Rubin. Good, okay. Oliver is a stellar child and student, exclamation point. His respect and kindness to all things puts a smile on everyone's face. Oliver's positive and enthusiastic attitude is contagious. No matter the challenge, Oliver always tries his very best. He is a wonderful role model to his peers. Basalt Elementary is lucky and proud to have a student like Oliver.
Congratulations.
Good job.
Good job, buddy.
Awful lot of handshakes.
parents want to go out into the ante room out there, we are taking photos. And also, the kids who got awards also get a pool pass for next summer. So don't forget to get that.
That's great.
I want one of those.
Sorry.
Fair this year.
Okay, our next item is a discussion with the Pekin County Commissioners regarding the Whitewater Park and Recycle. And I don't know who's leading this discussion, but
Don Ely.
Sure.
thank you.
I know that the town council has a memo from staff that, in my opinion, outlines the issue pretty well, which is basically discuss concepts for going forward with this plan, and perhaps the rest of the river, in terms of partnership by both entities. And I think that's sort of optimal. Up to this point, just as a brief recap, the county's been conducting what will be a series of 3 meetings. One meeting was conducted already. The next second meeting will be this Monday, February 1st. And the third is anticipated to be end of March, beginning of April, somewhere in there. The idea is to elicit as many comments as we can from the community and to ascertain what people want this thing to look like in particular, and to what uses they would like to see it put, other than the obvious ability to go down and float and roll a boat. The attendance at the first meeting was great. The comments that we received have been overwhelmingly positive, and I suppose if you would categorize the recommendations from the broadest spectrum to a part that is almost quiet in nature and perhaps undetectable as we went down the road or the highway, to one that has bleacher capabilities and the ability to conduct events or other community-type functions. The comments are towards the more complete style, the more elaborate style. Not the full Monty, so to speak, but heading that direction. So, the idea for the second meeting, the submission deadline for any comments was cut off on Monday. What we try to do is go through those and weed out and throw away the ones that we can't, and then explain, of course, to the public why they can't. Either some legal impediment or a morphological impediment, or hydrological impediment, or some other physical inability to do perhaps what is suggested. Moving past that explanation to take what's left and try to produce the best design part with what we've done. On the third meeting, produce that, see if there's any refinement to the idea from the public at large. From that point, be prepared to go forward. The construct of the park has been talked about in different stages of construction, if you will, such that we do the in-stream work first, bankside work next, and anything beyond that last. The reason that came up initially was because we had a 404 permit from the Army Corps that was getting ready to expire, and the changing recommendation from Colorado Parks and Wildlife. Given where we are now, the better approach is to go in once and do as much physical work as we can and be done with it. Repair and re-veg and not have to have the site undergo more disturbance than we need. So it's better to have this integrated design and get there and try to do as much of it as possible. There's going to be some accommodation for the in-stream function of the wave, and there's going to be something on bankside, and there'll have to be something for transportation and parking. And that will integrate and dictate how we go forward. But I think that the discussion between the elected officials is probably best focused on the relationship between the town and the county. Do people see it more as a regulatory body against a developer, or as two partnership entities going forward in the same project? I'll hand it back to you.
Boy, that was quite first one, hopefully. Um, Well, I mean, quite honestly, we haven't talked a whole lot about this as a group since we talked to all of you before and kind of got our dates rearranged into the future based on some restrictions that we ran into right at the moment. And since then, we hadn't talked about it much until the hour before you guys came in. And I think we talked a lot more about opportunities and challenges on the river rather than the specifics of how are we going to implement this and how's that going to go. But, I mean, from my perspective, I mean, I have always felt that the town and the county were partners. You know, I worked for the county, I have worked for the town, and I feel like that we are much closer cousins than we have been with other counties in the past, although Eagle County is great now. But that's my feeling about it. But, I mean, one thing we didn't talk about at all was money, and I don't know that we can talk too much about funding until we have more clear idea of design and what's it gonna look like. So, if you have something more, yeah.
So, John, what do people do at a kayak park?
Well, there's a lot of active recreation going.
So, but seriously, you know, is it only for kayakers?
No, not at all.
And what do they do in the water? And so what do we expect from a kayak park?
Well, that's for the community to inform us, but.
Well, what have you gotten so far?
What we have seen, what the indication is, or what the comments are trending is towards something that would create a fun wave. Something that you can jump in with a kayak and recreate on. Something that would incorporate two different size waves that would, one be more challenging and one be more beginner type of a thing for, say, smaller kids. You'd probably, given the configuration of the site, see folks on stand-up paddleboards as well. Want to accommodate existing downstream traffic in the form of drift boats and rafts that are there now, so that they continue to use the river in the same way that they have been. You want to see the structure constructed in such a way that it enhances the riparian habitat along the stream reach. And by riparian habitat, I mean not only the aquatic habitat, but up onto the banks as well. You want to have something that is accessible to folks so that it's easy to get to and use, so that it will be inviting to people who are not actively going in the water and getting wet, whether you're wading and fishing, or whether you're picnicking, or whether you just want to go by and be near the river and watch other people, flip boats around. So that all of those elements would be woven into the final site. The ability to use both sides of this particular reach is being discussed. The bank, although it's steep and looks uninviting, does present some opportunities for viewing events or just coming down and watching. The other side of the river has some potential for picnic type uses, more of a quiet area. I think that's the type of stuff that you probably see with the site.
Do they,
It's not just for kayaks.
do they need lifeguards? Do they,
No,
no.
we're not be expecting to have any type of lifeguards or on-site safety personnel.
Rick and George.
One thing I think that I learned a little bit more about was the in-stream diversion and the water quantity and the opportunity to improve the water quality during certain times of the year, which to me is equal to or possibly greater than the activity it might promote. So, but I was concerned initially with the way the process was going, because I did hear things like our permits expiring, we've got to go to bid right away before we lose our window of construction. I was thinking, well, what is it, who does that sound like? It sounds like a land use applicant to me, and in the sense that if it had been a private developer, we would have not gone down the road of building it and then looking at the improvements later. So I'm glad that the DOW, or Colorado Parks and Wildlife, brought us to the attention of the fishery, and we slowed things down. I'm fine with going forward. I think that I'm concerned a little bit about Ponderosa Park because it's been sort of a pristine, undisturbed area where kids go mess around, and opening that up to the general public in a way that allows them more access is fine, but it's got to be kind of, the focus, I think, has got to be from the other side as far as access goes, because I'd like to see that stay a little bit more riparian and quiet. I am a little concerned that we could overload the area with too many amenities, and then it becomes more of a carnival atmosphere than an experience. So, but I'm glad we're flipping the process here a little bit and trying to figure out where the money's gonna come from and things like that, so. But the water quality, water quantity, Mr. Willie, who started the Riverwatch program down here that my youngest was participating in and then became an environmental engineer, was a key, key point of this for me to get involved in it.
George?
Go.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, just picking up from Rick, as we've talked about in the past, the kayak park is really not, it's really an end to a means, and the means is to keep water in the river, keep that river healthy. And the kayak park is a tool to do that based on what's required to be granted a RISD, a recreational in-stream diversion. And so, based on your earlier conversation that I sat in on, you could see where this could be just one part of a use of the river stretched going through Basalt. So there's lots of opportunities down the road. And so this would just be the first step. And in terms of funding opportunities, and we talked about this in the past as well, by going in as a partner, we have a better ability to get granted a GO-CODE grant because they love to see partnerships and jurisdictions working together. So that could be a great opportunity as part of the funding for this. So those are all things that we should be working on once it's been decided what the community really would like to see, and then what sort of financial obligations would be needed to accomplish that.
Thanks, George. Rachel?
Yeah, thank you, and thank you to Basalt for the nice dinner and for having us down to talk about this. I kind of look back, and I think it was 2007 when we were fortunate to be able to pass with the voters' approval the Healthy Rivers and Stream Fund. And that set an awful lot of things in motion where we've been trying to work to protect our assets in our community and the environment all wrapped into one. And it's led to things such as the Colorado River District extinguishing their rights to build a large reservoir over the town of Redstone. And it took us probably 5 years or more through the Colorado Water Conservation Board to actually obtain this recreational channel diversion. I think we filed in 2010 and had to go through a lot of process. There was a lot of reduction in scope and scale of the amount of water that we would be allowed to pull down. But I think that it may be one of the last risks the state is going to really issue. The new water plan that was adopted says that we don't want anything that could impede future water development opportunities. And so whether that's their main goal is to have no more endangered species listings, no more wild and scenic listings, and no more RISDs. It's called the No Regrets and Low Regrets program to make sure we don't foreclose any opportunities for water we might need for future growth. And yet our economy is not as built on growth as it is on amenities, outdoor recreation, and a healthy natural environment. We all know, and I know Rick knows this from many years on the RUDI board, whoever's been on the RUDI board since from Basalt, but eventually, the different water sales that have happened in Rudai will be called. And they will call them when they want them, then they own the water. And so we might well see, as much as we have protested, and we've gone to scoping meetings, and we've talked to Bureau of Reclamation about the critical levels for fishermen to be able to get in that river in August and in September. But those contract sales will not be, we'll kind of work around the edges, but I'd hate to be in a situation where we have one river that's not very fishable because the water's been diverted with the additional 20% conditional rights on the Roaring Fork, and then the Frying Pan is not really very fishable because so many contracts are being pulled for delivery to Ute Water in Mesa County and Parachute and Rifle and all the other people that bought those claims on that Rudai water. So I think it's very important for us to move forward cautiously, a design that the community of Basalt wants, that we can structure it so that, this is the bare minimum or a base that has to be in place before we want anyone to use the facility, the safety elements, the road crossing, those sort of issues, but designed so that there can be add-on components in the future as the community decides they want to, as funding becomes available, or as even there is continuity and integration created between the water park above the confluence of Frying Pan and any amenities that may be created through a water park below the confluence or with your river park and river projects. And so I agree, I think it really should be a partnership. We do have some resources to put forward, and I think we've put significant resources in the legal side of things, just obtaining that RISIT in the first place. I'm not sure it's $400,000 or $500,000, something along those lines by the time you get there. I think that's about right. But if we're working together as partners, we can find when you have existing road and bridge projects that you're going to be doing work on that road, but we've designed it so that we know what those improvements will be that both take care of the public safety on the road and support the recreational amenity for a community that prides itself on its two rivers. I think it's a great opportunity. And we'd like to move forward, and as I've said before, we just need to keep in mind the GOCO cycles. George is right about the partnership. Would certainly love, and we'll be talking to Eagle County, for some level of participation as well, if they're able to. But the bigger thing is I don't think GOCO wanted to get involved because we did not have the RISIT in hand. And so they weren't going to allocate money to a project that might step on some toes at the CWCB. But that's been cleared up now. So I think we just need to work with the community, make sure all comments are considered, and just move strategically.
Thanks, Rachel. Patty, what you got?
I just want to follow up on an item I brought up at our last meeting when we discussed this, and it had to do with funding with economic development grants. I did contact Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, talked with the director for the Economic Development District, and put the bug in her ear and she never even thought of it. I said, we need to have, you looking, when you look through these economic development opportunities that come through, what can we do for a project such as this. So she's working on that, so it's in the loop there, so hopefully she'll find something creative. The other thing I wanted to say is I'm excited about, since I live in the Upper Valley and drive down and enter Basalt from that Upper Valley intersection, I think it's a great opportunity to really create an intersection, another entry to Basalt that'll bring some more vitality into the downtown from that Upper Valley, people coming through, that get keyed into the park and then go, whoa, we're gonna go to Basalt for lunch or to shop or to hang out. I think it's a great opportunity, and it's really exciting. It's gonna just be a huge amenity for Basalt, for the county, for the whole valley, and I'm excited to see us moving forward as a team.
Thanks, Patty.
Thanks, Jackie.
Well, Gary.
Well, and then building upon that is really, the goal of this is to make it a success. And to make it, you have to keep the RISIT, and to keep the RISIT, you need to make it, show that you have the use. And so I really look forward to making sure that we have an integrated enough plan to put all at once, because I do agree with John, I don't want to have to go back in and, disturb the riparian area any more than we have to. But I really want to see some people using this. And I think the way it's designed, with Jason showing it, I think this is going to be really fun for people who can't deal with the Glenwood wave because it's so big. This is going to be a lot smaller and a lot more user-friendly, and it potential, again, it's not gonna be, you know, all summer potentially because of the flow, but I really believe that if we can do this right and we can work on together a funding way to make a lot of these improvements happen at once, that, you know, I think you would have a lot of people very excited that this is a very successful project.
Again, I would agree with doing as much as you can at once and to make it truly functional and something you're proud of. I guess I'm saying that, you know, you look at houses, a family lived on a farm and they kind of design it so that once one of the sons or daughters got married, they could put on a second wing off to this side and a second wing off to that side and evolve over time. Because sometimes you just don't know what all those opportunities are or what everybody would like. And so it's kind of nice to have it something that can improve organically with the community and with the users.
I think in Maine, they say, big house, little house, back house, barn.
There you go.
Something like that. Others? Other comments, questions? Well, you know, for those who missed the, good one, Michael, who missed the presentation from Jason, we just got into very general thoughts about where we might put different things, like little pocket parks. And I mean, to me, it's a little bit analogous to the Rio Grande Trail and having several stream flows coming into downtown Basalt or running through Basalt. It's great for the river, it's great for the kayakers and the recreators, and it's great for downtown Basalt, quite honestly. So we're gonna work very hard on this, make it wonderful. Yes, sir?
I was just curious, are you planning on starting in April then, or
You mean construction? No, it'd be towards the end of the summer. Actually,
after the?
the same window that we originally had is acceptable now to the various different commenting agencies. So if the entities that control the project are ready to go, we'll be ready to go.
So it sounds like it's gonna be more public process, and then staff is gonna let us know if we need to get back together to make decisions on things as we move through this prior to shovels.
Yeah,
Whatever
yeah,
you do
yeah, yeah.
in
Of
rivers.
course.
I guess you don't do
Big
shovels.
shovels.
Big shovels in the river.
Jackie, I think there's going to need to be coordination on at least two major levels that will be defined by the public process and the scope of the project that comes out of that. You know, and one is going to be, how is it accessed and what kind of improvements need to happen there? And that's going to require a lot of coordination with the town, both on the planning aspects of it, the funding aspects of it, and the phasing of it, and how those improvements could occur. And then, depending on the scope of the project, how overall we are able to fund the improvements, you know, that are driving a benefit for both entities. And I see a lot of that as being opportunities to jointly apply for grants and provide, you know, matches to the degrees that we can that could possibly fund those improvements. But I think the key here is to get coordinated up on our planning, get a common vision going forward, and a commitment that we're going to work together to make it happen.
Right. Yeah, Rick?
Yeah, I think the sequence of how this goes together is really critical, and that speaks to how much money it's gonna cost to get it done, because Ponderosa Park, for example, is the main access for any construction activity, and once that major work's completed and you back out of there, it's gotta be finished. So when you think about it, I've walked it with Quinn from River Restoration, and James was down there one day, and, you know, looking at it from the other side, on Two Rivers side, the ramp and the access, those are other things that once you go in, you're not going back in when you're done, you know, and it'll cost twice as much to do it over. So I think that really is one of the main things here, is to, in order to pin down what it is gonna cost, that sequence of how you build it is extremely important, so. And it's a big project. I mean, if you are interested and you take the time, there's a lot of work that needs to get done just to get in there and temporarily divert water and all that stuff, and then as you work your way out of there, it's, you wanna leave it how you found it, you know, which is not gonna be easy, but it can be done, time and money.
Anyway, I think we all look forward to moving together on this thing. And as much fun as whitewater parks are, what about recycling? Isn't that fun? Can we talk about that?
Yeah. Let me ask really quickly, do our staff, our managers feel like you got enough direction from this conversation? Are there any more direct questions we really should answer?
Good. Yeah, I think clarifying that we're, working together, have a vision of partnership on those two fronts, gives us a opportunity to bring more details back to you.
Okay, thank you.
Well, Mike's fond pre-development agreements, is that a process you guys could follow and look at it and say, here's the conclusions we've reached, and here's our program and how it's gonna be initiated and fundings? I mean, does it have to be that formal, or can it be just under the existing IGAs and stuff we already have?
Existing IGAs that cover it. I think what you're gonna see us both do as we go along is perfect a resolution that shows the work, so that you know what we're working on. Because there are, as Rick pointed out, there are a lot of steps and pieces, but that's really simple to do.
Well, Mike, we already have a land use approval based on, and it's, a lot of the comments have to be answered through that anyway, so.
Okay, thank you for that answer.
Recycling. Who's taken the recycle lead?
Do you want me to
John,
take that?
okay.
The other John.
Recycle.
Czar. Oh,
If there's a reporter in the room, do not permit that. Now, this is just an opportunity to provide an update. We've been involved in discussions about our drop-off recycling program. And just as quick background, the county's been involved with providing drop-off recycle sites in municipalities for over 15 years. But that drop-off recycling site program, if you will, really developed organically over those 15 years, and that's probably a polite way of saying we did it differently everywhere. And so it wasn't necessarily created in a equitable fashion for how municipalities have been participating with the county to fund and manage those sites. And so as we've been paying more attention to our recycling program because of the subsidies that we provide into it, which have gone down because we've gone to single stream and done some contracting. But, in 2014, we were providing $350,000 just to manage the drop-off sites. We've got that down to $289,000, and then found that it was inequitable in terms of what we were expecting in terms of municipal partnerships, what Snowmass does, what Aspen does, what Basalt does. We're all different, and particularly recently, as there have been more changes in Basalt with the drop-off recycling sites, that shifted again. And so we sought to really kind of settle on a very simple, understandable, and equitable partnership model for the drop-off sites. It's one that I think will be more beneficial for Basalt and Snowmass. We still need to visit with Aspen because I think they'll end up paying a little bit more under it. But it's really to look at a 50-50 split on the cost for managing those sites. Right now, Basalt is at least temporarily footing 100% of that bill. Snowmass is footing about 70% of that bill. And Aspen has been providing staff time and such, but they have not been contributing directly to that bill. So we're going to be seeking partnerships again and agreements with our municipalities to work more towards that 50-50 share initially. Basalt, you guys are always a unique case because of your geography and where you sit relative to jurisdictional lines. And so as we did come to that model by basically surveying at our drop-off sites to see who is utilizing and such. And so we'll be continuing to monitor that and maybe, looking for partnerships from other entities, whether it be Eagle County, Garfield County. We have a number of folks that use the drop-off sites, at least folks from different jurisdictions. But initially, we just want to pursue a 50-50, continue those discussions, particularly in Basalt, and we felt that that was more fair and equitable for all our municipal partners.
John, I have a quick question. I heard from Dorothea referencing studies, USDA studies that I don't have and I'm not familiar with. What does that have to do with this?
Well, the original studies, I wouldn't know how to respond to that. There were, we've done waste stream characterization studies to try and maximize our opportunities to divert waste streams from the landfill and maximize the life of the landfill and reuse as much as we can. We are in the process right now of conducting what we've called a zero waste study. I think that would be the ultimate goal, maybe something more to be hoped for than realized. We'll see at the end. We are partnering with the city of Aspen in doing that, which is a recharacterization. So we're watching the waste streams, we're characterizing the waste streams again, and seeing if there are new strategies for diversion, whether it be recycling, reuse, you know, obviously reduction in consumption would help there also. So those are all going to be strategies that would come out of this. Depending on what those strategies are, they may affect how we view the drop-off sites. They may affect the discussions we want to have with our municipal partners about your opportunities to encourage diversion of waste streams, whether it be through, you know, recycle ordinances or what have you. I don't know what the outcomes of those studies are going to be yet, but I'd imagine that there would be some potential, you know, programming or recommendations that come out we'd want to talk to you about in the future.
Great.
Yeah, I received an email from Dorothea as well, and it referenced a study that was done before my time on the board. I forwarded it to Brian Pettit in our Public Works to see if there might still be a copy of it or if he had familiarity. And if I recall the kind of brief email, it was about that there was a study about regionalization and a valley-wide type of landfill or recycling program. I really don't know what it was, and I also don't know if the premises of it would still be as valid. I think everyone knows that the value and price of recyclables has just gone through the floor, and we are so far away that the shipping costs can be very, very significant. It should be noted that our landfill is an enterprise fund. Nobody's property taxes goes into it, no sales tax go into it. It has to support itself, and we need to save for closure costs eventually and continuing monitoring forever per, you know, environmental standards, as well as we're embarking on an effort to expand that landfill so it would have a longer life for serving people in the upper community, upper valley. And, you know, we all know that once that landfill's gone, it might not be so much of an issue from the mid-valley, but all waste will have to be trucked, whether West Canyon still takes it or some other new site further away. So extending the life has been very important. And I would just encourage at the appropriate time that a real look at the recycling ordinances and waste hauler franchise type of ordinances, what you can do municipally. The city of Aspen has one that's a variation from ours, but the haulers are all required to provide recycling service as part of their base fee. Their base fee is based on the size of your trash container, but if you're recycling effectively, you can start having a smaller waste container and for the fee, and then your recyclables are picked up. But I know that's something your town will need to look at it, because this, even if 50-50 cost share, it's a lot. And you know, it's just a challenge for us too, looking at the long-term health of that fund.
Rob, and then Rick.
I believe we approved a reconfiguration of the current Basalt Recycling Center, but what's the longer-term plan for us, John,
For recycling and waste management,
for recycling for Basalt residents?
so kind of a two-part strategy. One, which Rachel touched on, is sort of a pay-as-you-throw model as well as a required recycling model. So in a pay-as-you-throw model, what we want to do is move people to larger bulk recycling and smaller trash. So the idea is to conserve the landfill space. At the same time, when you do that, you want to work with your haulers. If you've ever noticed, we send trash trucks through every neighborhood like every day. But start limiting so that it's once or twice a week. So the idea is you're not just looking at trash and recycling, you're looking at those trucks in the neighborhood. Then when you get to what I would call the recycling side, our green team suggested that we maintain them. And if you looked at the survey that was done by Pickens County at the Willett site, what you would see is that 40%, I think it was 40%, it was a large number, said they either didn't know who their hauler was or they didn't have a hauler, which means we're serving a need in the community that isn't necessarily being served at the curbside. So understanding that you're serving a lot of different needs in the community. The other thing that we saw in that survey is that we're actually serving 4 counties. There was Pickens, Eagle, Garfield, and Gunnison, believe it or not. We're using that site. So the idea of a regional approach, which I think is what you're going to see us suggest as we look at the waste management side. We are running in Basalt a regional recycling site. I mean, it's 4 counties.
So is that going to be the permanent and only location for our recycling?
I don't know. I mean, part of me says, why not have Carbondale in the discussion? And maybe work with Carbondale to see if they could have a recycling site, especially when you look at the number of Garfield residents, which I think is somewhere around 20%.
So I think we're happy to help convene some of those discussions. It starts to get out, well outside our jurisdiction, so we're trying to provide resources and an opportunity within Pickens County that, that serves a regional purpose. But you as a municipality, as Mike has laid out, also have a lot of tools available to you. So hopefully the zero waste study will identify some of those opportunities, and your staff is already aware of a lot of them. I think we're going to need to keep planning together, but right now we did not want to lose those drop-off sites without having another strategy in place.
Carbondale did have a discussion with guys out there on County Road 100 behind the skating rink at one point to have a regional transfer station. I think the one in near Valley Lumber is a transfer station. I'm involved in a subdivision with 62 homes in it, and they've gone to one provider. They went out to bid and picked one trash company, and everybody uses the same trash company. And the impact on the neighborhood roads has been amazing. Less, it's so much different in there from when you have 3 trash guys going in there 3 different days. The other thing I was hearing about was an incentive for composting, which I know gets complicated because of the bear problem and stuff, but they're actually starting to look at a center where they can, locate their individual homeowners' compost, and then it gets picked up separately and dealt with. And I know, and the other one, I don't even want to bring it up, but is dirt. We're starting to see guys hauling material out of Pickens County all the way to South Canyon because of the capacity issues. And so, as a guy that's in that business, and I look at the amount of development of valley and the amount of earth moving and excavation that's going to occur, and some of these projects dwarf a normal house by thousands and thousands of tons. And it's right now in Pickens County, you can't process material, as far as I know, on a site without, especially in the city of Aspen, you can't use crushers, you can't, do any of that stuff, which kind of aggravates the whole problem of getting that stuff out of here. And then, of course, you have to bring it back in at some point, so you're creating a real back and forth. And I don't know, but I think the conversation about recycling in Carbondale, they've gone to a single stream, down there, which has kind of affected us a little bit. containers are smaller, they don't pick up as often, and you end up with overflowing bins. But I think it's something, if Basalt's gonna become kind of a hub, which it is, for this, we need to get other people on board. Garfield County has 2 landfills, South Canyon and then the Garfield County landfill. Equally expensive almost.
And that's what I meant, and I think our board wanted us to continue those conversations, but we also didn't want to hold up what we thought was a more equitable model between us to have those conversations and bring them to resolution. As you know, sometimes that can take a little bit longer.
Can you answer the question about the composting now? I was hearing there was an incentive or something for doing that.
Well, we, right now, we are running, we do composting of both food and, tree and detritus kind of waste at the landfill. We are also in a grant program, a pilot program that we're calling Scraps, where, and this is with the city of Aspen, where we are providing food composting, both commercially and in residential areas, that is going into our compost at the landfill.
Gary?
So, when I look at, this is just one of the many issues that really truly play on overall growth in the entire Roaring Fork Valley. Because, you talk about water, you talk about traffic, landfill is a big issue, and recycling and everything else, because it's not like we have a ton of places to put landfills. And so I really think when you talk regionally about recycling, it's getting to the point where it's gotta be as a cost of development type of thing. I think we need to make sure that if we're gonna keep growing in this overall valley from, all the way from Aspen all the way to Glenwood, where are we gonna put all the trash? And that's why we have to have this bigger discussion with Garfield County, Carbondale, and everything else, because, more growth, more people, more businesses will create more trash. And what do you do with it all? You can't recycle it all. You can't compost it all. You just can't do that. So I think to me, I look at sustainability of this valley in the long term. Dealing with landfill issues is one of those.
Right. Thank you very much for that information. I think we might have to wrap up this portion of our meeting, but for myself, I want to say it's, I think, great that there's getting to be some equity in how the split is happening. I mean, I feel very glad that, Basalt's going to get some of ours paid for, and that Aspen's going to help on their side as well.
We're hoping.
Eventually.
Well, eventually.
Maybe.
I mean, at least you're
where that
moving that
conversation-
direction, so, and, but I agree with Gary, just all these things, we really can't ignore them. They have to be part and parcel of every discussion we have, and hopefully, yes.
Just real quick, would you clarify for me, it's my understanding that the Willits Recycling had a deadline, an impending 90-day or 60-day.
Yeah, we're on a month-to-month contract.
Yeah, so I'm hoping that the Picking Counties, the Board of Commissioners, wanting to help out and share that equity, is now allowing that recycling center to continue so that the people in this community will have that service. I think that's critical. And we're glad we're able to do that.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, we might take a quick break just so, okay, quick one.
We met several months ago, as a group which included Eagle County Commissioners. And we were looking at sort of a vision for the valley and a lot of these regional issues, and actually recycling never came up. And I know that Kathy Chandler Henry has reached out to me and said, when are we going to meet again? So there's an interest on their side to reconvene and try to have further discussions on some of these broader issues that we've discussed tonight, because, as has been said earlier, we're all in this together. And so by working together, partnering and collaborating, we may be able to start to address some of these larger issues as they relate to growth.
Exactly.
We can talk the river and recycling.
I'm actually going to hook up with Kathy tomorrow, so we'll bring this around.
Perfect.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us. We appreciate it.
Thanks for dinner.
Could we get a roll call, Pam?
Certainly. Harry Kennedy.
Here.
Rick Stevens. Here. Herschel Ross.
Here.
Mark Gill.
Here.
Jackie Whitson.
Here.
Bernie Brower.
Here.
Rob Levitt.
Here.
Everyone's accounted for.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next item is the consent agenda. I imagine that we probably would want to pull the manager's contract off. Is that right, Bernie?
Yeah, a motion that we can 3D.
Okay. Do we need to have a motion and a second to pull something off consent? Take it. Take it. Bernie, did you want to, we don't need a motion. Tom said we can just pull it off.
Okay, here's a request.
Okay. So,
For future agenda.
so, we have pulled the manager's contract off. Is there?
I move we approve the rest of the consent agenda, which are the minutes from January 12th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, now, manager's contract. Do we need a motion to approve it, or are we asking?
We're just pulling it for review, and we'll bring it back.
We're doing it right now.
We are doing the manager's review now?
Oh, no?
No, we're not.
Can I comment on
Yeah,
that?
yeah.
There have been, in addition to the changes that were negotiated at the last meeting, there were prior contract amendments that were approved by Mike and the council. And so I have taken upon myself to try to put together one consolidated document, because right now it would be in three separate, it would be an original contract with three sets of amendments.
Okay,
So I have put a draft together. I sent it to Mike, asked him to look at it to see if he thought it was accurate,
okay,
not for the purpose of negotiation, but just to have one single document that has everything in it that's accurate. Mike
Good
is not
idea.
able to get back to me yet on that,
okey doke.
so in order for this to proceed in due course, it would be best to postpone it to another meeting.
Okay,
Question.
yes, sir.
So, will you review it for the council, or will the council review?
You'll see it, and if Mike and I agree on what was previously approved as amendments and what was approved at the last meeting, it will show up in your packet
Okay.
for the next meeting for approval. If there are any disagreements or if there's any clarification that's needed, that'll be identified for you to decide as well.
Okay, great. I misunderstood that we were actually approving it. So, given that, the next item is council comments, reports, disclosures. We can do that first, and then we have Louis Meyer. Yes, sir.
It's been brought to my attention that there's a tour helicopter business that wants to run chopper trips into the wilderness areas. And I've been contacted by Paul Anderson and some people who think that it's a really bad idea, which I agree with. And as best I can find out, the only agency to protest this with is the FAA. And I would like to suggest to the council that the town of Basalt might want to write a letter to the appropriate agency of the FAA saying we don't think that that is an appropriate use of our wilderness areas.
And it's possible that we might want to have staff look into this and see what the scoop is?
Well, that's
Yeah.
exactly what
Okay.
I'm saying. We would direct staff to look into the possibility of our sending a protest to the FAA.
Anybody have comments or opposed to that idea? Okay. Thank you. Now, Rick, and then Rob.
Mayor, you and I talked about RAFTA a few times, and I know we have a lot on our plate, but in consideration of all the things that are going on in the valley, RAFTA is obviously a huge piece of it, and I've been in their minutes and read Dan's report, Blankenship, from the last meeting. Their affordable housing is at 100% occupancy. Quite a bit of their fleet is approaching the time when it needs to be replaced. They have significant capital projects in the pipeline, and, you know, we talked about before trying to get them on an agenda, you know, last fall. So I was going to ask, make a motion to try to get RAFTA here sooner than later, possibly, so that we get a bigger picture view of what's coming down the road here, so to speak.
I'll second that for discussion. I mean, I can say, and I think it's been in the newspaper as well, that RAFTA knew when the last election occurred that the money wouldn't be there forever. It's just like any special district, or, which is basically a special district, fire department or anybody, schools, they run out of money and need more money. So I'm not opposed to what Rick is suggesting. I mean, I would ask that if we could focus what we want them to bring, because Dan, love him like a brother, can talk all night. So we might want to.
So we tentatively had them on the agenda for February 23rd. So if you go back to future agendas, which is 10B, we actually had sort of penciled in, and we haven't talked to them yet, but
Okay,
about the time.
Is that okay by you?
Yeah.
So, we actually have a motion and a second on the floor to ask them to come, so even though it's on there, all in favor? Aye. Opposed, that way it's clear. Okay, thank you, Rick. Rob, sorry, I wrote you down, Rob.
Well, that dovetails nicely with what I wanted to say. At a recent Basalt Emergency Management Committee meeting, Rita Strong from the Red Cross brought up the danger of people getting off the bus, walking along the highway at night, dressed in black, and it's super dangerous. And so we were trying to brainstorm a way to make that safer, and we kind of came up with the idea, and we're going to talk to RAFTA about it and maybe CDOT, but everybody on that bus has a cell phone in their pocket, right? So you get off the bus, you cross the street, you put your cell phone on so people can see you. You're walking along the highway to get to your car, just put your light on, carry it in your hand, be seen by traffic, and less of a danger to you and others. And the idea is that this becomes a public awareness campaign maybe someday, but for now, if you're walking on the highway, carry your light. That's all.
Actually would be a very easy message for RAFTA to send to their riders,
That's what we think too.
so, did you call them?
He's gonna be here on the 23rd.
Okay, all right, that's, it's good timing, right? Other comments? Yeah, Gary?
Last Wednesday, I met with Eagle County Commissioner Gene Creedy and Picken County Commissioner Patty Clapper, and the business community came out, and Rick was there, and other business leaders throughout the valley to talk about preschool and to talk about childcare, and to talk about it in more of a regional sense, and an issue that's, you know, as important as affordable housing, because they all mix together, and it talks about growth in this area and how we accommodate. It's really great. I'm very excited that the business community has, you know, really truly identified it as a major need, and that the business community is out there helping government try to find solutions for all of this. It was a very positive meeting between everybody, and I really, you know, one of the things that came out of that meeting was to really, you know, continue the process and to continue it sooner than later, to really keep the momentum going and to find solutions, but also to show as a council as a whole that we support childcare and potentially drafting resolution to then pass on to other agencies so they can pass a resolution saying that childcare is obviously important, but we would like to work together with other jurisdictions, and so making it more of a regional solution, which would really be important. So, you know, one of the things, I think staff might be already working on this, but I just wanted to make sure that we're all on board with that if they bring us back a resolution to, you know, really try to show that there's solidarity between the two counties and the town, and hopefully we can get Carbondale on board, and we can get Glenwood Springs on board, and Garfield County on board, because, you know, the businesses that showed up were not just Basalt businesses, they were Glenwood businesses, they were Carbondale businesses, they were businesses that do business all the way from Glenwood to Aspen. So you know, and I hope we can get the city of Aspen on board with this too. And, you know, to me, this is one of the defining issues. You know, I know a lot of people are here to talk about hand and fork and all these other things, but childcare is something we have to solve, and we've got to solve it sooner than later. And affordable quality childcare is important. And, you know, I'm going to be really pushing forward with, you know, finding, you know, not only private solutions to help fund this, but also public.
Thanks, Gary. Yes.
I was on the business side at that meeting. We've been meeting for about 2 years, while the Community Foundation and their Cradle to Career initiative has been working from Parachute to Aspen on these issues. And what's kind of happened, and what's evolved is that the Mid-Valley has been selected, I guess, as the laboratory for early childhood education and daycare facilities. You know, there was a rumor going around that a few companies were gonna move their offices to Basalt, and they had children in daycare in Aspen where they worked. So they found out they're moving their offices down Valley, and they started calling the daycares, and there's no space. So it's kind of a catch-22 for businesses. Our question was, are we providing the infrastructure as a community to help businesses sustain themselves? And, you know, when you have a crew of people that drive from Hotchkiss, Paonia, Parachute, and places like that, you have to ask yourself the question, what are we doing here? You know, and just as a plug, I mean, Gary and I have talked about this, on the PBS, there's a documentary 5-part series on being raised in America. And if you want to watch something that'll keep you glued in your chair for 35 or 40 minutes, dial it up. It's pretty amazing. And we just happen to be, you know, right now in the Mid-Valley, kind of on the cutting edge of trying to build better partnerships to get this stuff addressed. And it's not just the nonprofit daycare providers, it's the for-profit people too that are being impacted. So John's back there, he knows about it. But, you know, it's about keeping our community intact. So keep your ears and eyes open for it. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah, and on that same note, I mean, we've talked about the fact that we're probably gonna have to tax ourselves on this as well, and not to draw any relationship between landfills and childcare, but this is a growing issue whenever, you know, we get 400 units approved at East Lane or wherever else. This just multiplies on itself, so not to say that we shouldn't approve anything, but we cannot just look the other way about the traffic, childcare, landfill, all these issues. We gotta get ready for this stuff, because it's coming. Anyway, Louis is here to talk about water, I bet, engineering stuff and underpasses. How are you, Louis?
Good evening. Ms. Mayor, members of council, I like these 3-minute agenda items, so I'll try to be brief. It's not indicative of how much work's going on.
And we only pay you for 3 minutes? I love that. Or maybe that's rounded up to, okay.
I'll try to do it in 2 minutes. Just a summary of some of the things we're working on, and then I'd like to open it up to your questions and comments. The floodplain issues are moving through FEMA's process. The submittal was made late in 2015 to FEMA by CDOT in their contract AECom. FEMA did a completeness review and came back with about 5 items. 3 of them were asking for additional information on survey information, topography information in more detail. So CDOT and their contractor are doing that. They expect that will be submitted back to FEMA by the end of this month. There were 2 items on the list that were public notification issues that need to be initiated once those items are submitted, and the town will be involved in that public notification process. The other floodplain issue is the town had a good meeting with the Basalt Business Center business owners a couple of weeks ago. On the heels of the new floodplain mapping, there will likely be a rash of floodplain permits to the town. So there was a discussion that it's time to update, make more current the town's current floodplain regulations. The Basalt business owners have hired Sopris Engineering, and it was discussed that SGM and Sopris would work jointly to bring a more revised current floodplain regulation forward. If for no other reason, you have to do that anyway because you're adopting a new floodplain map, so it has to be done anyway. Basalt Underpass, in anticipation of rebidding the underpass, a meeting was held in December 15th in Glenwood Springs that we coordinated with the Colorado Contractor Association on this project to go through some value engineering items with contractors. Under the CDOT process, they don't allow you to talk to contractors one-on-one. You have to do it in a formal setting. So we actually had 9 general contractors show up. We had probably 40 people there, so a lot of interest. Out of that meeting came about 40 design consideration items that could impact the cost, could lower the cost. We've worked through all of those items and have narrowed it down to ones that are very valid. We've worked with town staff on that. So where we're headed is we plan on updating our design drawings and submitting them to CDOT by the end of this month. We're allowing for a couple of weeks for CDOT to review the new design drawings. We've been keeping them in the loop every step of the way. We hope to then re-advertise the project in mid-February, open the bids with a 3-week bid period in the first week of March, and then be able to bring bids back to you at a council meeting on March 22nd. And that will still meet CDOT's timeframe. So that's kind of a summary of where we're at with that.
Gary?
So the question on CDOT's timeframe, how about if, the bids come in just a little higher, we need to raise a little bit more money, do we have to do that by April 1st?
Yes.
Okay.
So to follow up on that, if we don't know how much money it is, how do we know
Well, we
to
will-
raise it prior to, okay.
We will, but we're gonna have a very short fuse on,
Time.
right, we'll know it when the bids open. And if we wanna make this project happen, that lowest bid, we're gonna have to raise the funds for that lowest bid in a matter of weeks, right? Okay.
Yeah, we'll actually open the bids a week prior to your March 22nd meeting, so there'll be some time there to, not much, but
It's not $5 we gotta raise.
Is that something we can get in the works sooner? Now, just in case?
We are. And as John was leaving, that is the topic of the March discussion with the Pitkin County Commissioners.
Okay. Do you have something, Rick?
Yeah, the schedule would be to be fall, water tables lower, the construction piece of this, if it happens, is October, November.
no, actually, if the bids were awarded, we would like to start as soon as possible and give contractors, give them the means, methods, and techniques to start whenever, but give them plenty of time to finish it so they would have multiple seasons to undertake the project.
Other questions or comments? Okay.
2 other quick items. We're working with Bob Myers on his access road, which was a stipulation from his condemnation proceeding with RAFTA. We've been working with CDOT, Bob's engineer, RAFTA and others to make sure that project goes forward. It's a secondary access road from Cody Lane into Bob's project. Finally, we've been working with Susan and James on a south side traffic study to look at kind of the near-term development pressures in the south side and what that will do to traffic, and in particular the queuing process as traffic comes up to Highway 82. And there are clearly going to be issues, but we're working on solutions to those issues, and we'll probably be presenting something more formal to you in a couple of months, so.
Yeah, Gary.
On that, the solutions for that, are not inexpensive by any means. And so, we're gonna be talking about, potential developments in there and more traffic generation. So, I read your report and it says it's gonna, basically there'll be levels of unacceptable during the peak hour, within 5 years. And so, does that take into account future growth, or is that just?
That we currently have, and we go on.
Okay.
Gary, I think there's two levels of solution. There are several alternatives that can be done with the Cody Lane and Basalt Avenue and some frontage road issues, and we'll bring those solutions forward. The long-term solution is a second access point from this side of town to that side of town across I-82. That's what the traffic study will show you. That's a long-term issue, though. So.
How is the expensive one?
Yeah.
That's my favorite.
Okay. Anybody else? Louis, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I feel like you have our backs.
Thank you.
Okay, the next item is citizen comments for items that are not on the agenda. Everyone kind of knows what is on the agenda. Are there comments for any items that are not on the agenda? Going? Robin, did your eyes get big? Do you have something? Okay. So we're going to close that section. Our next item is first reading of citizen proposed ordinances. We're going to open both items 6A and 6B simultaneously. 6A is first reading of ordinance 4 of 2016, an initiated ordinance of the town of Basalt, Colorado, calling an election on April 5, 2016 to approve this ordinance and to authorize and direct the town council to enter into a contract for the purchase of land for public park and community serving uses and establishing principles for the future use and operation of said land and setting the ballot title and ballot question for the foregoing. 6B is first reading of ordinance 5, series of 2016, an initiated ordinance of the town of Basalt calling an election on April 5, 2016 to approve this ordinance to authorize and direct the incurrence of general obligation and indebtedness by the town and to authorize and direct the levy of ad valorem property taxes to pay for such general obligation and indebtedness and setting the ballot title and ballot question for the foregoing. And what staff person is going to open this up? Tom Smith has the presentation.
Thank you, Jackie.
Let me just say very quickly, even though this is not a public hearing, we are going to run it as a public hearing, which means that we're going to take staff presentation or presentations, and then we will open it up to the public. And when the public has finished with their comments, we will come back to the council, kind of close the public hearing, come back to the council. So when it is public opportunity to speak, please do that, because I'm going to be a stickler about people have to be called on, and no discussions across the room, yelling or anything like that. So you go first.
Thanks, Jackie. For those of you who don't know me, either in the room or on television, I'm Tom Smith, the town attorney. We have before the council two initiated ordinances. Number 4 proposes a submission to the electorate of a debt and tax question pursuant to a specific contract between the town and Roaring Fork CDC that is required for approval in connection with that ordinance. Ordinance 5 directs the town to acquire the property pursuant to the same contract, and that ordinance would also establish certain fundamental parameters for future use of the property. In view of the public interest in this and the unusual fact that I don't often provide a recommendation to council that's so clear in terms of the legal outcome, I'm going to take some time to explain my position for the benefit of the council and the public who are interested in this issue. By way of some factual background, initially towards the end of December, a petition, a single petition was submitted to Pam Schilling, Town Clerk, for approval prior to circulation for signatures on the same issue, posing the same questions in the form of one initiated measure. With my advice, Pam rejected the petitions for noncompliance with state law and identified the problems. The petitioners came back with two separate ordinances in the same form as those that are now before the council. The reasons for rejection of the petition involve both procedural matters and substantive matters as to the content of the petitions. After the second rejection, petitioners, through Dave Myler, citing the Home Rule Charter, took the position that these were not matters subject to review by the town clerk and that they needed to be forwarded to the council pursuant to the charter for disposition. On January 19th, I submitted a legal opinion to the town council. After discussion, they decided in the interest of transparency to make that available to the public, and it was made available to the press and others the following day. So many of you have seen it, some of you may not. But it has been in the public arena since the 20th of January and packet. It's my opinion that the petitions do not comply with the requirements of the Basalt Home Rule Charter and the Colorado Constitution for the requirements for submission of initiative or referendum petitions to the electorate. I know that a lot of people think that the power of initiative and referendum is unlimited, or that if it's not unlimited as to what the electors can submit and require to go to election, then certainly the council can do that. That is not correct. There are limitations on the right of initiative and referendum that are specified in both the Colorado Constitution and in the Basalt Home Rule Charter. Now, by way of background, a home rule municipality has only those powers which are granted to it by the Colorado Constitution and not restricted by its home rule charter. And that's almost a verbatim quote coming from a 1985 Colorado Supreme Court case which involved the city and county of Denver and the Colorado River District. This is important to understand as background for my opinion. Home rule municipalities do not have unlimited powers, and the power of initiative and referendum is limited by what's in the Constitution and our home rule charter. So let's start with our home rule charter. The Article 5 of the charter refers to and discusses initiative and referendum procedures. In Section 5.2 of the charter identifies two exceptions from the power of initiative and referendum. The first is for emergencies, which is not what we're dealing with here. The second is an exception for matters the appropriation of funds by the town. It's my opinion that both of these petitions and the ordinances contained in them, the central feature of them is the appropriation of $3 million to fulfill a proposed contract between the town and Roaring Fork CDC. An appropriation is defined in our own charter as, quote, the authorized amount of money set aside for expenditures during a specified time for a specific purpose. That's what those ordinances would do. By way of comparison, in 2011, when the town of Basalt purchased Lot 2 of the Pan and Fork, what's known as the Pan and Fork property, it approved ordinance number 10. And ordinance number 10 is right here, and it's an ordinance of the town council approving a contract for the purchase of Roaring Fork Community Development Corporation real property identified as Lot 2 of the Basalt Community Campus. Section 1 of the ordinance. The town council hereby authorizes an appropriation of $1.2 million for the acquisition of the property. Section 2, the town council hereby approves the contract. That's what is being attempted here through these petitions, and it's the procedure that was followed in 2011 for the purchase of the property the town now owns is exactly the process that's supposed to be followed now with respect to the other property. So simply put, the exception from an issue and referendum contained in our own charter for matters pertaining to appropriations precludes these matters from going to election. In addition, there are constitutional limitations, and the relevant section of the or part of the Colorado Constitution is Article 5, which deals with the, quote, legislative department, and Section 1 with the subject of initiative and referendum. It identifies the legislative power as belonging in the General Assembly for the state and recognizes that legislative power resides in municipalities with their elected officials. The same two exceptions that are found in our charter are also contained in subsection 3 of that article of the Constitution. More significantly, in subsection 9, it says, in addressing municipal powers reserved to the people by initiative referendum, it states that, quote, further reserved to municipal electors as to all local, special, and municipal legislation. Municipal legislation. Now, what is legislation? In the opinion that I've written for the council there, I've cited 7 cases that deal with the distinction between legislative and administrative actions. Several of these cases deal specifically with contracts. In every one of those cases, the courts have said contracts are administrative and not subject to initiative and referendum. What we're dealing with here is a contract. Contracts are administrative in nature. Canyon City case, Idaho Springs case, and a City of Aspen case that involved the entrance to Aspen all clearly stated contracts are administrative and not subject to initiative and referendum. Legislation is defined as something which constitutes a declaration of public policy of general applicability. A contract does not do that. Contracts are administrative. So that is the basis of my legal opinion, and what that means is it's not a question of whether whether an election is a good idea or a bad idea at this point in time. It's a question of whether there's a power to send it to the voters, and there is not that power in the council or in the electorate to initiate that. Now, in some of the cases where the courts have said that contracts are administrative and other matters have been determined to be administrative, they've talked about the public policy behind it and indicated why in administrative matters it's not appropriate for them to be submitted to the electorate because of lack of information and other problems that occur in those circumstances. So let's take a look at what happened here in this case as an example. And I want to be clear that I'm not accusing anybody of bad faith or impropriety of any kind in connection with what was negotiated here and approved by the Roaring Fork CDC. Okay? But there are a lot of things we don't know about that contract that would be approved for referral to the voters by the council if they approve these petitions. Who negotiated the contract for the town? Who represented the town in the negotiation? Was there a negotiation? Or were the terms dictated by the Roaring Fork CDC? Who looked out for the town's best interest? Who determined the $3 million price tag in this contract? Was it negotiated? We don't know, because the contract has come forward without any public process whatsoever. There's no information this town council has, including appraisals and other information, to justify a $3 million price tag for this property. Is it worth $3 million? Maybe, but the information isn't there to justify it at this point in time. If the contract went through the normal process where it's drafted by town staff, legal representation, financial analysis, etc., then it gets presented to the council after arm's length negotiation between the parties, and there's a public process for review and comment on the contract before it gets approved pursuant to public hearings by the town council. That process did not occur in this case. And that's why when the courts talk about administrative versus legislative matters, That's the policy justification for making that distinction, which is embodied in our Constitution and in our home charter. So, I understand that there's a lot of public interest in this. I understand that citizens are, a lot of unrest that we haven't gotten this resolved yet, and they want to move it along. A rejection of these petitions does not foreclose any options with respect to what happens to that property. Nothing changes when these petitions, if the council decides that these petitions can't go forward to election. There's a planning process going on for this property. The Low Group is still interested in the possibility of developing a portion of that property, and they're waiting to see what happens in the zoning and land use process in order for that to go ahead. Council can still decide to buy all or a portion of this property without regard to what's proposed here in these petitions. If the town's going to have to finance the acquisition, that has to go to the board. And so the voters will be asked to incur debt or increase taxes in order for it to happen. And so the citizens will be heard. But these petitions at this time are not the way to get this done. And last but not least, it only takes one if the council were to approve them, it only takes one citizen who doesn't like them to take us to court over it. And it's pretty clear to me, I very rarely say this, but I have a high degree of confidence in my opinion about the legality of these petitions. So there you have it, and turn it back to Jackie.
Okay, are there any other staff comments before we go to public comment? Okay, so the question is whether or not the council should or can refer these two questions to the ballot. So I know there's lots of other issues involved in this. If we can sort of try to keep it focused on should or can the council refer these two questions to the ballot based on the citizens' petition. So we're going to go out for public comment for anybody and everybody who wants to have a comment. I would like to ask if you could limit comments so that we can get everybody before, it turns into tomorrow. Just raise your hand. I'll call on you, say your name, and Kathy.
I'm Kathy Click. I'm a resident of Basalt, and I'm the petitioner.
Oh, right, Kathy, because we are now very much televised by microphone, we just need everybody to also come to the table.
What happened to the podium?
I know, the podium. Do we have the podium?
Mr. Fox Rubin? Did you?
It's okay.
We can have both, so people who are comfortable standing can stand if we want to drag it up here. Okay.
Kathy Click, resident of Basalt. I'm the petitioner. And I hope that as the petitioner on behalf of the Citizens Initiative Committee that we could, we've invited members of the Roaring Fork Community Development Corporation as well as members of the Citizens Committee. And I'm hoping that we could speak and state our case and as part of the public process. And I think that to open that process, I would like to invite George Stranahan to come up and make a few comments about the CDC and their reason for having purchased the property to begin with, and to sort of explain why we're in the position now that we're in.
Okay. You might have to loan him your microphone if he's going to stand or... Good evening, Mr. Stranahan.
Good evening. I haven't been here in a while,
Oh.
but it's familiar. Tonight is nearly 5 years after the CDC contracted for the Pan and Fork Mobile Home Park. And we're now at a public hearing to deal with a citizen's request for the people of the town to vote on whether they wish to take over the ownership and development of a very remarkable community asset. As the founder of the Manaus Fund, which helped create the CDC, and I am also on the board of the CDC, I'm recollecting kind of tonight, what were we thinking of 5 years ago? And why is tonight this critical point in a process that we started in? The Manaus Fund began at the beginning of this century in response to a utopian dream of venture philanthropy and social entrepreneurship. They were all the rage. And we bought into the dream and raised the capital to learn about that by doing it, like the Third Street Center. Eduardo Galeano gave us these words for guidance. I don't believe in charity. I believe in solidarity. Charity is vertical. It's so humiliating. It goes from the top to the bottom. Solidarity is horizontal. It respects the other and learns from the other. I have a lot to learn from other people. Now, everybody knows that the Pan and Fork faced serious flooding danger and was an overaged facility and quality of life for the residents. The owner had just reduced the asking price, and clearly there was an opportunity for this social entrepreneurship, an opportunity to act quickly for a social good without having a clear endpoint beyond that social good. Risk is part of what differentiates Manaus from a traditional charity. So we risked. Our goals in order of priority were first, to eliminate the social justice issues of the park and to help the people move out with dignity and support. And secondly, to deliver the land to the people of Basalt and help support the wishes of the people of Basalt. We have accomplished our first goal with many wonderful examples of public-private collaboration. The people are moved. We're here now to move forward on goal number 2, turn it over to the people. So we asked for the town to pay us back our direct costs and no more. Any money above that direct cost amount will be returned to the town to use it as it sees fit. That eliminates the $3 million. Or the town could amend the ordinance before sending it to the voters to reflect that amount. It's just payback, not a fixed amount. That the CDC will cover its costs and no more. Over the 5 years, there have been multiple efforts to identify the wishes of Basalt, to refine those wishes into something that fits within economic realities. 5 years ago, we asked a simple question. What's the right thing to do, buy it or not? Tonight, we are as a public asking, what's the right thing to do, have a vote or not? If you decide to have a vote, then we've taken another step towards accomplishing our second mission. I believe this is a real opportunity for Basalt to take control of this important piece of land and to decide on its future. Thanks.
Thank you, George.
A little long.
I have a question.
We don't really want to do that. We're good.
I'll be quick. Thank you for allowing us to speak in this way tonight. Our objective is to ask you to approve the citizen petition and put the purchase of the Pan and Fork River parcel from the CDC to a vote of the people. John, Doug McDonald, and I reached out to you over the past couple of days to hear your concerns, to clarify some of the issues that came up in those conversations. We do not seek to usurp the process, nor do we mean to circumvent the Planning and Zoning Commission. This is not a land use proposal, yet it does stipulate that 1.8 acres of the 2.3 acre parcel be designated an active urban park at the entrance to the town of Basalt. An urban park creates possibilities for the town and its citizens and ensures that access to the river remains a public asset. The park parcel already owned by the town is a passive park due to the ongoing floodplain mitigation and unable to be utilized for concerts, gatherings, a Nordic track, an ice rink, or picnics. The ordinance also stipulates that a footprint of 22,000 square feet, or 1/2 acre, be developed on a 1 acre envelope between Midland Spur and the Rocky Mountain Institute. A building envelope offers the greatest amount of flexibility for development, and with a footprint of 22,000 square feet, the possibility exists for plenty of square footage. With the second story, that's 44,000 square feet. Those development opportunities can draw on the success of the RMI Center, an innovative, creative, and sustainable building. We believe that by providing a development parcel near RMI and the future River Conservancy building, the town is creating a unique downtown campus similar to what the CDC originally envisioned for that area. Additionally, the ordinance puts the future of Basalt in Basalt's capable hands. We, the town, decide our future. Will we opt for further sustainable 21st century businesses? Will we provide entrepreneurial space for startups and incubator businesses, bringing creative minds together in Basalt? Will we allow our children to return to Basalt with big ideas and give them the means to make it here? Or will we tell them that they can come back, but this is a service industry-centric place, and they can find a maid job or work in a restaurant and live in Silt? Regarding opponents of the petition process who, among other complaints, insist that our intent is to force out young people seeking to live and work in town by creating yet another park, we believe there are other more appropriate parcels owned by the town and owned privately that are screaming for density and mass. There are opportunities for even more commercial uses, for housing, for community centers. Look around downtown now. The Frying Pan and the Roaring Fork Rivers are bordered by private residences and private offices on all sides. I don't see any vitality there. I simply cannot understand how buildings create vitality. People create vitality. And people in a park are active, engaged, and community-oriented people. The Citizens Committee did not come to this petition business lightly. We sought to find a solution that would stick, that was not advisory in nature, and that was legally binding. The town attorney disagrees that they are acceptable, and so here we are. 412 registered voters have signed the petitions calling for a public vote. Not all of those signers agree with the gist of the ordinances, but they still want to weigh in. Should you decide not to approve on first reading the two ordinances, we would like to present an alternative. Just as we worked as a coalition to develop the terms of the ordinances before you, and we hope to work with the community in building a great park and determine the possibilities for future developments. And then I'd like to ask Dave Myler to speak to the alternatives.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Dave.
David Myler. I'm here on behalf of the Citizens Committee that's been circulating the initiative petitions, and it's certainly been my pleasure to work with this group of amazingly dedicated, smart people who I think have come up with a terrific idea for this property. But I'm going to tell you what I'm not here to do, and that is I'm not going to debate Tom on the legal issues relating to the initiative process. I'll have to say that over the last several months, I've learned a lot more about initiatives than I ever thought I would need to know in order to get through the day. It's a Byzantine process at best, and Tom certainly raises legitimate issues that are a part of any initiative analysis. On balance, we feel the petitions are valid. We believe they comply with your charter. We believe they comply with the Constitution. But again, we're not here to debate that, and we're not going to resolve that issue in the time that we have before the election if we want to put something on the ballot. We also recognize the bind that you're in, because you do have a very strong opinion from your attorney that the petitions are not valid, supported by the town clerk, plus the fact that I understand that there's a threat of legal challenge should the initiative process go forward, either to an election or after an election, which would be a very unfortunate distraction from the important work that I think we all want to do with respect to this property. So I'm here to talk to you about an alternative to the initiative process. And again, it shouldn't be taken that we're at all conceding that the petitions are invalid. We think that they are, and we think that the people who signed them deserve to have their voices considered in this process. But if there's a majority of you who would be inclined to either reject the petitions or vote no on first reading, we think that there is another method that sidesteps these legal issues by which the council can place the questions framed by the initiative petition on the ballot for consideration by the citizens of Basalt, not as an initiated measure, but as a council sponsored measure. The council's authority to refer matters to the voters is contained in section 5.6 of your charter and also spelled out in 3111, 111.2 of the Colorado Revised Statutes. And the petitioning committee provided you with a letter not too long ago which contains references to that authority. Those provisions of both the charter and the statute allow you to refer, and don't be confused with referendum. This is a small r, refer measures to the voters. And in this case, it could be either an adopted ordinance or two adopted ordinances, or it could be proposed ordinances. They don't actually have to be adopted. You simply have to direct your staff to put these measures on the ballot. The committee submitted to you a sample of two ordinances that would accomplish this alternative objectives. The ordinances call for the acquisition of the CDC parcel. They establish the uses and operating principles consistent with the initiative petitions. They authorize debt to pay for the parcel, and they authorize taxes to pay off the debt. Since these would be your measures, the drafts can be revised. These are your ordinances, not the initiating committee's ordinances, not the applicant's ordinances. And although I think the initiative committee and the people who signed the petitions would not like you to stray too far from the concepts that are set forth in those draft ordinances with respect to acquisition and uses and operating principles, you do have some flexibility here that you actually wouldn't have if we were proceeding under the initiative process in the charter. The formal initiative process gives you two choices: adopt the ordinance as written or submit it to the voters. This alternative that we're talking about provides a little bit more flexibility to fashion these proposals in a way that will allow you to call on the community to assist in making these important decisions. And that's what this is really all about, is getting the community engaged. This is one of the first times I've been able to be right in the middle of democracy in action, and it's interesting and it's exciting. We don't know how this is going to turn out, but I'm hoping that you look at this as an opportunity to engage the community in an important decision-making process rather than an affront to your authority and responsibility or just a problem that needs to be solved. In terms of the ordinances that we proposed that would be adopted by you, for example, if you're not comfortable with approving a specific contract, you could easily revise that ordinance to simply provide direction to the town manager and staff to pursue acquisition of the CDC parcel, as opposed to adopting a specific contract. And by the way, the contract, the notion of attaching a contract to the ordinance was considered early on by the committee as the best way to demonstrate the CDC's commitment to sell. Otherwise, if all you've got is direction to go buy the property, you don't know if you've got a ready, willing, and able buyer. So that's where the idea of the contract came from. You can also revise the pricing language to reflect George's proposal that he just made, and that is that the price would be the costs incurred by the CDC, but not to exceed $3 million. Another item that you might be able to do is to expand on the uses of the bond proceeds that would be in the ordinance authorizing debt and taxes, to provide that you could use the up to $3 million authorization for park improvements, let's say, if we're successful, and we think we would be, in obtaining open space funds to reduce the cost of the acquisition to the town. There's probably other things you could do to tweak this thing to address the concerns that the council has, but still giving as much effect to what the petitioning committee and the people who signed the petitions have in mind. So with that, I think that you have an opportunity and you have the authority, which is very important, to craft your own questions in response to the petitions, which would allow the citizens of Basalt to weigh in on this important matter. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding this alternative.
Okay, at this point, yes on questions.
Yeah, Dave, could you explain a little further what you mean the price is to equal the cost of the parcel not to exceed 3 million?
The CDC incurred a number of costs in terms of acquiring the parcel, going through 5 years of planning efforts, interest expense, et cetera. It continues to incur costs for interest expense because our revenue source was taken away when we moved, or, cooperated with the town in moving all the mobile homes off. So right now, I think the total investment that the CDC has is let me back up. We're projecting that the total investment, if I'm right, through July.
Through July of
would be about
2016.
$2,850,000. $2,850,000. So there theoretically could be $150,000 either price reduction or refund, however we structured it.
We had two alternatives submitted on Friday, I think is what Dave's referring to. Two things. One, those alternatives are not what's in front of the council tonight. And I don't think you want to sit here and try to negotiate something, because we could be here for breakfast and then some. Number one. So if the council has any desire to go further with any negotiation, that has to be at another time, but we just don't have that in front of us. Second, what was presented on Friday has the same problems as the initiative petitions. Dave has now suggested taking the contract out of both ordinances, but we haven't seen that in writing, and frankly, I don't know what questions go to the voters until we do have a contract. So I caution, you can do what you want with this, but we don't have an alternative in front of us to review and comment on. Staff certainly hasn't had a chance to look at that. You certainly haven't negotiated anything with either CDC or the petitioner, so just take that into account, okay?
Dave?
The draft ordinances were submitted as samples of how the council could proceed on its own initiative to prepare a question to submit to the voters. It was not submitted for the purpose of negotiation. We're suggesting some things that you might do to revise the ordinance based on what we perceive to be the council's concerns with regard to this process. But Tom is right, this is not on the agenda, but you have the opportunity over the next couple of weeks to craft ordinances to submit to the voters that would at least address the spirit of what was in the initiative petitions and give the citizens of Basalt an opportunity to weigh in. We're not trying to negotiate with you tonight.
Right.
We're offering suggestions.
If the council is comfortable, I would like to move to other public comments so that we really aren't here till tomorrow.
Thank you again.
Thank you so much. So, other comments out there? Ms. Roger. Hi.
I'm Roger Adams. I'm a resident of Basalt, registered voter here. I support a riverfront park. I don't understand the legal issues at stake here, but I think it should be clear to all of you, there's a lot of people in this town that would like that to happen. There's been a couple petitions signed. You can do something about it. So I would urge you to do something about it. There's a lot of people that want a riverfront park there. And there's a little bit of room for development as well. It's a good compromise. The attorney is probably correct that it would be challenged immediately. So why spend all that money
just do something about it. Approve it. There's plenty of people that have signed this. I hope you listen to them. Thank you.
Thanks, Roger. Yeah, Doug.
My name is Doug McDonald. I'm from Basalt. I am not a lawyer, but I do feel that the public should be given their voice in this matter. So I put a couple numbers together that I hope will be helpful in that respect. The financial history of the Pan and Fork is long and complicated. It's not my purpose to recapitulate it tonight. Suffice it to say that there have been many financial actions that have already been taken, and some of them were good. Now, in November, the Ehlers report attempted to bring together the effects of all those past decisions and overlay 3 example development scenarios in an effort to guide the town. It was comprehensive, complex, and somewhat intimidating to many. We've had a lot of questions from homeowners with concerns about the effects on their property taxes. So the simple analysis I've put together is directed only to the future impact on the mill rate, and hence the Basalt homeowner of a single decision to purchase the CDC parcel. The net cost will be reduced depending on how much open space funding is available and how much the developable half acre will yield. It doesn't address property taxes in the future or park costs. The Ehlers study, if you look at it more or less, will balance those out in the future. I have 2 sample cases. The results indicate how affordable the park purchase can be. I'll distribute those to council members. In any case, disregarding any cost offsets, it will be cheaper per square foot than the town's current repurchase of the Old Pond Park parcel. Thank you for your consideration.
Others? Yeah, Tripp. How about that, Oliver? How you doing, Tripp?
Good, I'm Tripp Adams. I live in Basalt, and appreciate everything, the effort everybody's looking at and the willingness to look at this. I've been sitting back for a while and listening for the last year and contemplating what's going on, and it's quite clear from my standpoint that when you have 400 people that signed a petition in your small town of Basalt, they're not happy with the way things are going. And hence the reason for coming to a petition and asking for a vote on something, because they don't feel like it's going in the right way. Normally, people don't act that way unless they're not feeling like they're being served. I'm not saying you guys are doing a bad job, but I'm saying there's a loud and clear voice out there saying, please listen to us. You can put this up to a vote. It doesn't matter which way it goes. At least the people have had their voice. Democracy's been held, and I think that's a very important part of what's going on in this town right now. Is give us faith back into you guys listening to what the constituents are saying to you, and let's put it to a vote. Let it happen. Whatever way the chips fall, they fall, but I think that's a really fair way to take this. Thanks for your consideration.
Are you in the batter's box?
I
Go ahead,
can be.
Tony. Go ahead.
Thank you. Is it okay if I sit down?
Sure.
Hi, for the record, my name is Tony Kronberg, and I think this is the first time I've ever spoken in front of Basalt Council. I'm not an attorney, but I've been a resident of Aspen for 40 years, and in that time, I've probably been involved in at least 10 initiative and referendum issues that have gone before the voters. And what I would like to do is I'd like to speak about the legal issues, whether this is administrative or legislative. because that is what you are bound to as a council to determine if this matter goes before a vote. Before I make my comment, you should be really proud of your citizens of Basalt. I have never seen such an organized effort to put together 2 ordinances that you can put on a ballot and the collection of signatures. With that being said, that this is definitely a very important issue to people in Basalt. Full disclosure, I live in Snowmass Canyon, so I'm a resident of Pickens County, mile marker 28, but Basalt is the closest community to me that I really enjoy coming down for dinner and your pool and whatnot. What I would like to say about the 2 ordinances that have been submitted to you, I agree with Tom Smith, your attorney, that the way the ordinances are worded, that they are not subject matter for going before the voters. What Tom did give you tonight was the solution, and it's part of the alternative that Dave Myler brought forward to you. And Tom, hopefully I have this understanding correct on how you said this, but what you need to do is you need to put forward a legislative matter. And the legislative matter is not a contract. What you put before everyone is a matter of public policy. We did this with the Aspen Recreation Center. It took us 4 votes before we finally got everything worked out. And what happened was the council, as Tom said tonight, that you have the authority and the ability to make this a matter of public policy. And the public policy is that you want to acquire this piece of property. How you submit it to the voters is in the form of a debt tax, a Tabor question. So you don't have to put 2 questions on the ballot asking voters if they want to approve the purchase of it. I think that's demonstrated by the 400 and whatever signatures that you have on the petition. You know you've got, in my opinion, very strong community support for the purchase of this property, or the town being ownership of the property. The way to do it is to put a question for funding. It's very simple. It's really easy. If voters want to pay the money to buy the park, you're going to get a yes vote. And if they don't want to buy it, you get a no vote. And that takes it out of whether it's legislative or administrative. It's clearly legislative, and then you get into the tax aspect of it. But the other thing is, I'm convinced that if this goes through the planning and zoning process and whatnot, you will have a referendum on it. And you don't want to go through a referendum. They're not very much fun. I think most of you have seen the headlines in the paper in the years. Aspen's notorious for referendums. And as I said, I've been involved in quite a few of them. So I would like to really encourage you to take at face value the intentions of the citizens of Basalt, that they really want to have a riverfront park, and it's one of the most beautiful pieces. You're the only community I know that doesn't really have a park. I don't know what you call your parks here. Carbondale's got one, Glenwood's got one, Aspen. It's all part of their tourism, their recreation, bringing your dollars into town. And when you think about where you're located, in between Willits and then Aspen and Snowmass, you've got such a prime location. You tie that in with your Basalt Library, your recreation. But anyway, I started to get off on my opinion on how beautiful I think that piece of property, and I think that you definitely would make some revenue from it. And I just wanted to offer my experience that this issue can be resolved very easily, just in the form of 1 question, and that is, do you want to pay for it?
Thanks, Tom.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Laura Clayson. We own a home and a business in Basalt. Just a couple of things. Number one, I think to say that the public has not been involved in this process before the petition is not correct. You had a vote 5 years ago where the public spoke and to buy the park and do development, and you had the DAC process. So you've had a lot, and there's more I probably am not thinking of just off the top of my head. And just a second point, we have lots of parks in Basalt. I think that was a fairly inaccurate description. Thank you.
Mayor and councilors. I wanted to, just a couple of points, I'll be brief. You know, the value to the town, the appraisals, it depends on so many different factors. This parcel of land is worth far, far, far in excess of the $3 million, which is the starting price. And when you deduct any open space funds, when you deduct any proceeds that would come from the sale of the that half acre of land that portion of land that would be developable with what the town wants to have, when we decide what we want to have and sell that land, that will bring in some additional funds. So the amount of money that this will actually cost, it's actually, I spent a day with the assessor at Eagle County, and it's actually less expensive to own this land for both the voters and the town than to develop it. And the town has spoken with the numbers. Now, then the second point is, it relates to the bond issue, because there's debate about what the bond issue was all about. I remember the bond issue, this was going to be a publicly serving when it was all said and done. Okay, now, if we're architects, we are the architects of the future, of our future, of the present, and of the future. And let's say that you received some instructions 3 years ago, and then your clients came back into town and said, hey, we've seen the beauty, we've seen the possibilities for this site, and we don't want to have this gigantic, enormous amount of buildings. We've decided that we want to do this. And that's really it's very, very similar to what has happened here, because the town has revisited this, and I ask you, please give the public the opportunity to revisit this and vote on it. You're going to get a yes or no. And with that, you will have cohesiveness in the community. You will have a definite answer. Let's take the time between now and the election to have an open debate on this. And let's get all the information out, and then we'll know. Thank you.
Others?
You have to come up, or can you hear me?
Actually, it's the microphone.
Oh.
Go ahead, Tracy.
Sorry. Well, the daggers are going to fly, because I'm one of the ones that is so adamantly opposed to this. It makes my blood boil. I have spent years and years and years on this property dealing with all these things. Unlike many of you that have come in the last maybe 1 year. This is more, to me, about principles of a property that want to get their money back. And I just don't think that that's fair to have Dave Myler sit here and tell you how it should be done when he works for the CDC. I don't think that there's much transparency there. There isn't anyone here that has worked on this that doesn't know that we want a park. And you had 400 citizens, and there's 4,000 residents to the town of Basalt, or 4,000 households. 400, 4,000, 400 of you. How can financially we handle this? You want to take my property. I'm a citizen of the town of Basalt, so my property tax goes up. But what is really infuriating for me is I'm a business on Main Street. You haven't presented this to most of the property owners that are on Main Street. They don't live here. Many of them don't have a voice here. They can't decide whether they think this is a great idea. So what you've in essence done is, when the property taxes go up, the commercial property taxes go up 4 times. Thank you very much for raising my rent once again.
It's hard enough as it is. Now, all the merchants, unless you have the luxury of owning your property, and you don't care that your property tax is going up, thank you very much. I do care. There goes my rent. And it's just a domino effect. Of it. The second half that I'm infuriated about is that there's never any mention of how you are going to maintain this wonderful, beautiful park that we are going to have. Yes, it maybe costs $3 million, is that the word? But you have ongoing capital costs that are going to go on for perpetuity, and you have shown no plan on how you are going to pay to upkeep this beautiful park that we're going to get. You also want your ice skating rink, and you want your restaurants for the dining, and you want your brewery, and you want shopping, and you want a performing arts center, you want a Nordic Trek. You want a lot of wishes, and you have no means of how you're going to pay for this. There is no plan for the future. Development, a little bit of development, throwing on, who's going to build the brewery? Is the town of Basalt going to buy this piece of property, and then they're going to turn around and they're going to sell it to the developer? Well, wait a minute. There's a developer right now who's waiting to figure out what we want to do, and we're trying to plan it. We're trying to put the zoning on it. We had to change the master plan so that you could put all your goodies that you want for this park. And I am quite frankly furious at you guys. 5 years ago, I voted on this bond. I voted to take people out of harm's way. I voted to fix that river, and I voted to put infrastructure on a chunk of property so that we could have the little bit of development that's going to help pay for all the goodies that everybody wants on this park, and that's how it's done. I don't want to have to pay for it again. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
I'm sorry, Royal. Royal's next.
Okay. I'm going to read. I do better when I read with you all. I had written you all probably late this afternoon a very short statement. I'm just going to read it out loud in case you haven't read it, and then I'm going to say a couple things about this meeting and what my opinion is. Counselors, watching the level of excitement in town, it's probably best to turn this down or table anything with the Pan and Fork until after the April election. Let this issue go into the election cycle with new representation elected by the people of Basalt, where it should be, and see who wins the election. This should not be about opinions or positions or emotions. It should only be about the facts and the issues at hand. Take responsibility for the debacle, step back, and allow the election to create new leadership to solve the situation. This allows the people in Basalt to create the policy mandated by their vote. There's a vote in April for 3 seats in the mayor. Everybody, 2,700 people that are registered to vote right now could vote on who's going to represent them and who's going to lead them through this debacle. This is clean and in the democratic tradition. Please try to keep tonight simple. Recognize that as a council, you'll only have 4 or 5 legislative sessions before the election. It would really stink for you to hamper the new council's ability to actively solve this problem. The election of mayor and councilors is a cleansing process, if nothing else. Safe place for those to move, and a safe place from future embedded conflict like we've had for years. Table it or vote against it tonight. This is the opinion of many people in the community. I wrote this at about 4:30 this afternoon, and I wanted to make a couple of statements that are typically David Schoenberger. This is not a transparent process. I've never met this man before. I know tonight that this is John Fox Rubin. John Fox Rubin is on the mayor's cabinet. John Fox Rubin is on the Pan and Fork whatever committee. There's no clarity unless we want to magnify the situation more. Tom Smith has given you a legal opinion. Along with his legal opinion, he's told you that he sees conflict in what's going on. You have a citizens committee that is contaminated by a developer and people that have money in this deal that are driving it with the vote of the people. I sat before you a little over a year ago. I read a statement to you about most of the councilors being elected on less than 250 votes, the mayor being elected on 338. There are 2,700 people that are voting in this community. The same 400 people are driving what's going on right now. It's unfair. It really is. I would like to see transparency in what's going on. If I saw the transparency, I would definitely support it. I sat before you a year ago and asked for you all to authorize a vote. Kathy Click heckled me in the audience during the meeting. I can't support this type of vote at this point because of the contamination in the process. You have people that aren't lawyers sitting up and giving legal opinions. You have people that are accountants that are telling you that property taxes aren't going to go up, and that the Ehlers report supports these things. This is propaganda. This is misinformation. And if I don't understand what's going on here, I am an active participant politically in this community. I come to 100 meetings a year with you all. If I don't understand what's going on and I'm confused, what is the rest of the people in the community thinking right now? I implore you to be responsible and allow the people to vote on new councilors, a new mayor. Maybe we have the same mayor. Maybe she leads us through this. I don't know. But I think that a vote by the people is what we're looking for. We're not looking for a vote on a specific issue. We're looking for a vote on people to lead us through the problem. Thank you.
Doyle, sorry I passed you by.
This mic work? Okay. Council members, Mayor, fellow residents of Basalt and the Valley. You know, there has been a lot of transparency as far as I'm concerned. I've attended a lot of meetings as well. I think that you guys have all represented your positions pretty well, and there's been a lot of discussion that's been going on for a long period of time. The issue that has been brought to the forefront by a large group of concerned citizens is one of, is there the inability for the council to create a path through to follow through on the opportunity that was created by George Stranahan and his generosity and philanthropy for our citizenry to make a policy that represents the majority interest of the community. That's democracy, end of story, real simple. It could be that there's some issues with the dictates of the law, and I think the suggestion by the petitioners and Dave Mylar, representing them here tonight, is that you have that proviso built inside your positions as counselors to turn that infighting into an opportunity for a vote. I think a vote is on the directive to reduce the amount of proposed development on the parcel and to commit to having a larger park. It's straightforward, and it, I think, would lend itself to healing things in the community rather than making them worse. Because I know people who signed the petition under the hope that we could move on. Is it one way or another that the vote settles the issue and we can move on to other issues. So I encourage you to look at the context of what the petition is suggesting and see if you can find a way to put that on the ballot that is in compliant with the dictates of the law and allow us to come up with a resolution that takes you guys out of the picture. It gives it back to the people. Thank you very much.
obviously a big stack deck here tonight, and I appreciate their effort, and I congratulate them. I've been involved with this process too for a long time. I've met with just about everybody that I can think of, including you, Ms. Mayor, on a couple of occasions where you said to me quite honestly, if I'm elected, I'm going to do everything I can to revitalize this town. And I've seen nothing but roadblocks in that. I think we got to just think for a second here about the real picture, where it all started, what it was all about. The Pan and Fork was a property that was going to be shared with commercial development, and the majority of that park was going to remain park, and a portion of it, I believe it was 2.3 acres, someone correct me if I'm wrong, was going to be committed to commercial development. That compromise went through the Our Town planning process, which took over a year, involved an awful lot of people. For example, it involved a bunch of school children who were asked, would you participate in this process? And they did. And they did it with a lot of excitement. Now, all of a sudden, what are you going to tell those kids? Well, it didn't matter. I mean, that's the way politics is. No matter what you think, no matter what you participate with, what's the lesson they're going to learn from this? What's the lesson this town is going to learn from this? You think there's ever going to be, again, an opportunity for this town to sit down and make decisions without a fight? I mean, what happened to the democratic process? We keep talking about this democratic process. Good God, we've been through this for 5 years. We've been through it for longer than that. Rick, it goes back 15 years, 20 years. I mean, this is like the road into Aspen, for Christ's sake. I mean, let's be honest. There is a compromise. That compromise was, I thought, really a good one. It was going to revitalize the town. It was going to bring construction and it was going to bring opportunities for a hotel in this town to help support the people that Tracy was just talking about that are just suffering. Now, if you live in this town and you live up on a hill or you live in one of the subdivisions and you don't have a business here, what do you care? I want a whole park. Give me a petition, I'll sign it. No problem. Whole park. Take the development, cut it down to a half acre from 2.3. That's the way I want to go. That's not a compromise. That's robbery. Come on, let's get real. We had 2.3 acres. With 2.3 acres and more than 3 acres for a park, and then there's another acre and a half on the other side of the river, which is part of that park, you've got a beautiful, beautiful park. Now, the compromise was to have a strip along the road that could be developed. Perfectly logical thing to do. It's gone from 2.3 acres to 1.3 acres to 1 acre to now a half acre. Is that what you really want? Is that going to revitalize it? I ask all the members on this council, is a park going to revitalize Basalt? Is it going to bring the kind of bodies to this town, being open only 6 months a year, incidentally, the months when Basalt does well? Is it really going to bring all these people here to sit in a park? Come on. Now get real. We need the development. We need enough land for a developer to come in, do a good plan with open space, with access to the rivers, with enough vitality to bring this town back. To me, that's a compromise. But what we're talking about here now, there's 400 voters out of 4,000 people. All right. The other side obviously didn't go sign a petition. But that's not, this is your job. This is your job. You've been working on this for a hell of a long time. It's your job. It's your responsibility. What are we suddenly doing here? I don't get it. I mean, let's be really honest. We need the vitality. We need the development. We need the park. We voted on a compromise. It's a good one. What are we doing? No one's ever going to, you're never going to get a group together to do what our town planning did or the DAC process again, because people are going to go, what's the point? What is the point? So
think about this a little bit. It's your job. You're the ones that were elected. There is another election coming up. Maybe Dave is absolutely right. You want to see a vote? You want to find out how this shakes out? Let's take the next couple of months to present all the facts to the people, the financial facts, the tax implications, the vitality information, all the things that have been talked about for the last 4 or 5 years. Let's let that vote determine what's going on here. Let's just not let a petition that comes up suddenly dictate to you guys that have been working on this long what's going to happen. I don't have anything. I'm just, like Tracy, I'm frustrated. I know what's going to happen to the taxes to the businesses in this town. It's obvious. If you think they're struggling now, wait till you see what happens when we want to get money for an underpass, we want to get money for a dump, we want to get money for child care, we want to get money for all the things that I heard tonight that were all being talked about before this came up. We all want to get that money. It's got to come from somewhere. And now you want to take and you want to cut down the development parcel and you want to come up with more money to buy that when you've already got a gorgeous piece of land for a park. So any of you that have a business downtown that want to get just fried, you wait till you see your taxes on this thing. It's just going to be unbelievable. And the town is suffering. So there are so many for rent and signs along Basalt right now, you can't believe it. No one's making it. Give us a chance. Give us a chance to have our town back, to have some vitality, and a park, a beautiful park. Thank you.
Tracy, you haven't gone home. Hi, my name is Lynn Mace, and I own the Toglot Gallery in downtown
Hi, Lynn.
Basalt. Hi, everyone. And I have to agree with Tracy and with Norm. I have always been very troubled by this sort of, it seems to me, woo-woo finances of all of this. After everyone buys the park and it's all nice, then what happens? Who's paying for the infrastructure? I've never been able to figure this out. So I ask you that question. You know, if you go to bond, I will vote against it because I don't want any more taxes. They are cruel and punishing as they are. So I will vote against it on that alone. So I have another suggestion. I have a third alternative, and it was talked about once before amongst you all, and that is that if this group is so passionate about this piece of land, there's something called a Pan and Fork Conservancy, right? So you get together and you form a nonprofit, and you raise money, and you buy it, and you conserve it. And that does not require any expenditure by the town, and it requires a real skin in the game for those who want it. And the rest of us don't have to pony up if we don't think it's worth it. Does that make sense? Nobody's saying anything, but that's okay.
Thanks, Lynn. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. Hello. Thanks for all your work on this. I, too, am a homeowner in Basalt, Patrice Becker. I moved here in 1973, and I moved away in 1979, and I spent the rest of my life working to come back here. And I've finally been able to do that and retire here. And I was actually happy to see that Basalt was pretty much still intact to the way it was in 1973 with a few extra buildings. But I'm a proud signer of the petition. I want the public, the citizens, to be in control of what happens with that property. It can be negotiated over and over again. But I don't want to see an entity like Lowe's come in and build townhouses and condos for second homeowners and gentrify Basalt, because this will make my taxes go up, because my property will go up in value, which I don't plan to sell. So I will be paying more taxes if a development like that does come in. And now Just, I guess we're gonna lose another trailer park, from my understanding, in a flood zone. Maybe I misunderstood, but again, we're pulling the people out that are the people that really need homes, that need to be here. Anyway, if you would please put on the ballot a vote so that we can get this issue resolved. Thank you.
Trace?
Hello, Patty Lecht from here in Basalt as well. I realize we're here to request from you that we have the democratic process enabled by allowing voters to come and make their decisions. And we realize that the Pan and Fork Park was taken from a number of people, and the idea was that when taking homes away from people, it was our obligation to do something that was constructive societally with that parcel. And I think that George Stranahan has always been that sort of person that wants to be looking after the greater good. And so when displacing hundreds of people from their home and then not looking after the obligation of having a greater outcome than privatization of a parcel seems illogical. So with that said, I'm requesting as well as a citizen that this go to a vote. It's a democracy and it makes a lot of sense. It also makes a lot of sense for you as we've elected you to represent us. And with that, we've got a number of people who are saying, let us have the vote. It's just a yes or a no. And then we're honoring the process across the board on all accounts of all those people who had lost their homes and so on, and hoping that we could employ democracy. Thanks.
Leroy Durox. The one thing that really hasn't been mentioned and hasn't really aired out publicly is the $2.8 million that the CDC owns the town for all the relocation costs and the regrading and utility extensions and all that stuff. So if the town buys that property for $3 million, we assume that debt of 2.8, so that price of that property becomes now $5.8 million. I think it's really kind of unfair to the property owners, especially the business owners, to all of a sudden let an unnegotiated selling price dictate what their taxes are going to be. And, you know, it seems to me like that without specific numbers associated with this bonded indebtedness, it's just like writing a blank check. We don't have any idea what the end costs are going to be and what the taxpayers are going to be actually burdened by. So I think we need to tread carefully on this. I think we need to listen to our town attorney, because I do not want to spend thousands and thousands of dollars on legal bills when this thing is challenged, or I think that's a total waste of taxpayer money. So just consider that when you decide what you're going to do.
John.
Hello, my name is John Fox Rubin, and for the record, I live at 114 Tucker Lane and have been engaged on and off in this issue for years. I'd like us to imagine two futures. One future is a future that my 7-year-old, who was involved in the drawings, Norm, his were all park. And I've been on the mayor's kitchen cabinet for the last year. I've been sitting on the fence. I haven't had a position. I've been really studying it in my own mind, thinking it's just there's such a great opportunity no matter what we decide to do. So I'm visioning 20 years in the future when he wants to move back here. And I feel there are some prime parcels downtown, prime for redevelopment, that we can focus on as a community if we make this decision to accept the citizens' ballot initiative and bring it to a vote. So the future that I'm envisioning is my son moves back here, I'm older, and we have housing that he could move into, and it's still a very nice community. Now, another vision 20 years in the future that is not pleasant, but it's possible, and that is there's a hotel that went bankrupt. Now, no one, when I was on the town council, no one thought Willits was going to go bankrupt. And I remember we busted our butts to try to really be thoughtful about phasing and infrastructure and all the stuff when you're looking at a master PUD. How can we protect ourselves? We did a pretty good job because we survived the bankruptcy, and fortunately Whole Foods decided to take a huge risk and come here to a community much smaller than any community they'd ever come to. Now, my fear of a hotel, another hotel in downtown Basalt, is it may be too early. I don't think we've really grappled with it. I know the ski company looked at it. I know someone else that looked at building a hotel, and both turned away. And I know that there have been very thoughtful development proposals, and Lowe is under contract. If there's something that they are convinced will work for the long term, it's possible. But I would hate to see a failed development in downtown. So I would rather that we buy that parcel and that my son and my family can really have a park 20 years from now that might have all those amenities imagined on it. I don't think we have to put them all on the day one. I do feel we have, in some cases, champagne tastes and a beer budget. So I do believe $3 million is an incredibly good price to pay on top of the sunk costs that are there. We've put a lot of time, money into it. So thank everyone on this board and the staff for all the work you've been doing. The spirit of the Citizens Initiative has been one of a coalition of diverse minds. We've had a ton of discussions about what this could look like. Many of us have been involved for years. Many of us were new. I feel like it represents some new thoughts and some old thoughts, and I think that's the spirit of Basalt, is trying to represent a lot of different ideas and come to a conclusion. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, John. Dave Myler suggested that we don't have to accept these ordinances and we could come up with some kind of ordinance for our own to purchase the park. So my question to you, John, and to Dave is, would you accept a ballot item from the council that does not specify a purchase price for the CDC parcel, but it stipulates that the town will zone it in its appropriate zoning practices, where there's plenty of opportunity for public comment and public input, and the entire citizenry is protected in the right to express their opinion. And based on that zoning that the town process comes to, would you be willing to sell that parcel for a fair market price based on 2 independent appraisals of fair market value without specifying a price?
I cannot comment for the CDC on that. So this proposal is tricky for a committee that says, we want you to go buy the parcel, I think is what the committee is saying. And we're trying to remove, the contractual question. So if you take the contract out, that could be a boilerplate that you end up using. We're not saying you can't use it, but you don't want it in the ballot. And I think the question maybe to your council is, can you do a simple Tabor question, as was suggested by
Tony.
someone who's very experienced, who claims not to be an attorney, but maybe has more experience on these types of issues than any of us in the room?
Well, that was, okay, Tom, why don't you comment?
Well, I was going to say, as I mentioned before, I think if the council wants to explore some other election alternative, we've got to have a work session on it, and this isn't the time.
I'm just throwing that out.
I know, but you can't really, in all fairness to John, how can he tell you what price Manouser or CDC wants to put on the property?
I'm not saying to put a
So
price.
I really think we need to have a work session beyond the items that are on the agenda, if there's an interest on behalf of the council in looking at something else.
Okay, I'll save my comments for later. Thank you for your answer.
Did you have a question for John?
Just a clarified question for Bernie. Right now, what's being contemplated is the site as P and Z is looking at it and zoning it, including the polygon. Is that the piece that you're referring to that we would buy, or are you saying that?
I don't want to specify it right
Okay.
now.
Yeah,
That's to be
that's
determined.
fine.
Yeah.
Okay, other public comment? Yes, sir.
I'm Dick Stumpf. I'm on the Basalt Sanitation Board. Be aware, state and federal requirements are wanting us to upgrade our plant, which is gonna cost over $2 million. It's either gonna be a bond issue or double or triple the service fees. So just want to make you aware. You got to start counting in other costs here that relate to property. A lot of people got their property taxes yesterday and today, so something to think about.
Thank you, sir. Other public comment before we go to council? Yes. Hi, Barb.
Not real big at speaking in public, but I vote, and I sign petitions, and I own a home here. Barb Dautrichet. I'm a homeowner in Basalt. I signed one of the 412 people that signed the petition, one of the, 478 people that voted in the last election. I voted when the bond initiative came up. I thought I was voting for something that would have a park with some public-oriented development on it. That was kind of my understanding. I thought that was the goal of the Manaus Fund. I wasn't expecting anything like what we saw sketched up and brought to us with a 4-story condo and something that looked like Boulder. I was pretty horrified by that. I've tried to participate in the different planning processes, not by coming in public, because I don't like that, but by filling out all the surveys and writing my comments in and submitting that. And when our town came back with, I think, 3 things to vote on, none of them looked remotely like the comments that I had submitted. I submitted comments to that, and the things that keep coming out aren't anything like what I was expecting, what I was commenting, what I was envisioning for this town. I got disenfranchised. So I'm very grateful to the people that started this petition to give me a sense that there's other people that have the same feelings I have and to help give me a voice. And I would just really appreciate it that you remember the spirit of that. I understand there's legal obstacles to what was brought forth to you and how it was designed, and it could be improved on, but there's definitely an intent there to let the people be heard and to let there be a vote about what happens. And I'm urging you people just to let that happen, just to let us all vote.
I'm kind of hoping we're done, actually. But going. Okay, we'll close the public comment period and go to council comments.
This is a real complex issue. Just look at the number of sheets of paper in these 2 ordinances. So I'm going to take my time and deal with a number of issues that have been raised and try and share my opinions with the council. First of all, I don't think there's any good guys or bad guys or absolutely right or wrong answers that have been proposed in this park. I read the ballot language of the original $5 million bond. People think it says a lot of different things. It just says authorize $5 million to buy this parcel of land for a public park and development. In no way does it specify how that land is to be divided or how much development is to be put on there. And it was done like that, I'm sure, to get a maximum yes vote because people want some development in some park. And as far as I know, that's everyone on council's attitude. Now, we've had a very lengthy 18-month process of planning, which is probably way too long, but we've had this division and split right down the middle of the community, And that's forced us to take zigs and zags, the surveys, the drawings, and then finally, a committee of highly qualified citizens called the Downtown Area Advisory Committee came up with a very good, useful sketch plan, but it didn't really nail down how much of anything and where it went. But it gave a general impression of some moderate amount of development with some significant amount of parkland. And that's what the zoning process should do. And we have a zoning process, and it guarantees and ensures all parties' right to participate, to speak, and to comment, and then the council and the P&Z considers, and then we decide. We have not decided on anything. We had an initial presentation of 150,000 square feet of development in the library, and that was really just universally turned down by the town residents who showed up en masse. The last thing the council did that's on the record was vote 5-2 to buy approximately 1 acre, or approximately 1/2 of the 2.3 acres of the CDC land for public park, in addition to the 2-point-some acres that we already have for public park on the river, and allow the rest to be developed at some level. We did not specify what level. We are about to enter into that process of specifying exactly how much land for public park and what kind of development can go on that development parcel. And that will determine the end value of what those two parcels together are worth. What we pay as citizenry for the park and for building what I hope will be a world-class park. So I think it's going to cost many hundreds of thousands of dollars, and for its upkeep, and I think it will bring people from all over the valley and out of town in the summer and in the winter, because we'll activate it in the winter with things for families to do. That said, we haven't defined anything yet, and it's just taking too long. I would hope we can do this before April. If we can't, then I would have to agree with David that we need to get as much out on the table as we can for the public, and that will be the defining issues for our April election. I'll still be on the council, but 3 council people and a mayor could be new, and they're the ones who will have the responsibility with this information of where to go with that. Now, I have supported this approach, and I've supported some significant development and some significant park. In order to understand the CDC's position better, I met with Kathy Click and John Fox Rubin for over an hour on Sunday evening to hear them explain what they wanted and their position. I would say that I understand their position, but I cannot support putting these ordinances or anything that sets an arbitrary price for that land up for a public vote, because I would be violating my fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers as a whole, not just the people who want this to come through, but to the taxpayers as a whole, to purchase this land at the most fair market value. If we didn't do that, if we just said, okay, we'll buy it for your costs. Well, what is the cost? The RFDC in 2011 bought it for $2,050,000. They basically want another $950,000 for, quote, unspecified subsequent administrative actions, or at least that was quoted in the Aspen Times article, I assume correctly. So for us to even consider this price, we would have to see a detailed accounting of what were those costs that were accrued for $950,000. What were they spent for? Then we would be in a position to analyze that offer. In addition, as Leroy, the former mayor, said, don't we have to factor in the $2.8 million that the city already spent on bringing that land out of the floodplain and making it developable into a park or for buildings? All of these things have to be considered, and we have to be able to write them down and look at them on paper and compare our options. Only then can the citizens have the knowledge to make a vote on an informed basis of how much money we're going to spend on this gorgeous park and how much we're going to spend on buying the land and how much their taxes will increase. That I don't think we can do by April. I'm sure we cannot do it by April. But the new council, I believe, could most definitely have that done for a November tax election. And that is the option that I would propose. I think this, as we see it here, it's premature. It takes it right out of the process of we've finally gotten to the point of actually making some decisions on how to use that land and what its approximate value could be. Let's see if I have any other notes that I needed to go over. Well, in the article, John was quoted as saying that, let's see, that he wants to simply get the money that the CDC is invested in it to make them whole again. And I understand from the CDC's point of view why they obviously want that. And they started with good intentions. They helped the town buy this land. But as our town manager has said, the business plan was faulty. This never was likely to be able to happen. I have a background in corporate finance. I spent 2.5 hours with Mike with all the documents. There is no real contract. There's understandings and good intentions. I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not giving a legal opinion, but that's my opinion based on my experience. So like I said, there's no bad guy, but we as fiduciaries of the town have to look at the citizens and the taxpayers first, and that is not our job to make the CDC whole with what they are invested. So I think there's a way forward, and I think it could be fairly soon with a new election and then a November tax election. Thank you.
Should we just go around the table?
May as well.
I guess I'll reflect on John Fox Rubin's comments about his 7-year-old. My son's 27, and my oldest is 33. The oldest one spent the last 13 or 14 years in Los Angeles, working and building a career, and wanted to come back to Basalt. He's been back now since May, working remotely, sharing a house, but he has no opportunity to find any place to live, to stay here, so he's gonna go back to LA, which is his intent anyway. But, you know, he came back after being gone for 13 or 14 years and wanted to know why things are the same. My 27-year-old is talking about moving to Carbondale or further down Valley because he needs a bigger place. He's got a deed-restricted unit. He's got a great job. He loves the Valley. He's the type of kid who'll never leave here. But, you know, look ahead 20 years if you have a 7-year-old and imagine that there isn't an opportunity here. One of the things we talked about in the Pan Fork was creating opportunities to have real jobs. My youngest came back from CU with an engineering degree, and he got an engineering job. That wasn't the case when my oldest son came back from college. There wasn't anything in his career path, so he left. The other thing that I heard tonight was this is the main event. This is the big thing for the town of Basalt. Well, I don't think it is. I think there's 10 or 12 big issues that we have going on to this community that are not finding a path to resolution, you know, because of the agendas that are put in front of them. I really believe that the negative stress that's building in this community, that Norm mentioned, is what the problem is. You know, we cannot reach compromise if we just continue to beat on each other. The thing about it is when people witness people behaving the way they have, it's worse than if you're getting beat yourself. And it's proven to be true. And I think we're all starting to feel a lot of that. In fact, I had a cup of coffee with Deb Morrison, and she's starting to see it in the kids that come into growing years every day. That they see their parents stressing out about their jobs, the economy, the long commutes, and it's, you know, the kids are feeling it. when I first got back on board in 2012, after being gone for 8 years, my reason for doing that was to implement the River Master Plan. I got involved with the CDC, with the Bach group that's been trying to build affordable housing here since about 2007 or 8. Mike McVoy came on board, and we had a couple things we were looking at. And then I got disconnected from that for a little while when I became a counselor. But the first land use application that I remember that CDC proposed on the property was 150,000 square feet, wall-to-wall development, and a Hyatt hotel. And that went over like a lead balloon. And, you know, there was no access to the river through that property. We were going to have to buy 2 easements to get access to the park that we bonded to purchase. And I kind of start out with that point, and I say, here we are today, pared all the way down to a half an acre and 44,000 square feet. It's kind of like we went from 150 to 75 to 30 to 55. And, you know, it's been all over the map. The half acre doesn't work for me. This negotiation that we haven't been able to have with the ownership it has to happen. I'm on the same page as Tom. In terms of democracy, I was advised a while ago that, you know, when you sit on this side of the table, if you get 4 votes, you win. You know, and I don't believe that that should be the case. I've talked to 400 people since this petition started that feel completely different, maybe more. So, you know, I think the April is the answer, and maybe there is an alternative. If somebody can come up with a good one that makes sense, that explains the financing and how we're gonna get paid for, reconsider it. But, you know, those of you with grandchildren and children, think about it. We need to create opportunities for them to be here.
Question for Tom or Mike. How long does it take to put something on a ballot?
That's actually a Pam question, because we have a deadline on putting ballots to mail.
Our deadlines are fast approaching. I have to send my overseas ballots on February 18th. I have to send all of this stuff out to another state to be printed, to be put together. February 3rd is my goal to get stuff to the printers. I can probably press that deadline a little bit with them, but not by much.
Doesn't sound like, and we sort of know this, that we're gonna have anything to put on the April ballot, as far as this goes. And I've said all along that I don't personally think it needs to be on the ballot. I think that we're elected to make hard decisions. I think we can do that. I think the majority of us sitting here feel, could probably make a decision very soon. It would be nice if we could come out of tonight, since we're not gonna be putting it on the ballot, but maybe we could make a statement or, Tom?
On that subject, Mike's already working on a resolution to bring before the council to consider, that would consolidate and bring up to date and enhance the town's direction moving forward with zoning and putting together other financial information and that sort of thing in order to move this whole issue along.
Plus the comments we heard tonight, if we heard something that we can incorporate and use.
Great. So I agree with the basic principles of the petition. I think Kathy and John did an amazing job. I think the talent in this room. Lynn, I love your idea. Pan and Fork Conservation Group. Tony, you've been through it before. You know, we may have to come to you for your expertise, but I think that we're, council is by and large in agreement with, Mike will come up with something for us. I think we can all take a lesson from my 12-year-old daughter who stood here last month and talked about gracious professionalism. I don't think the town is divisive. I think that makes a good headline and people like to say it. And there might be 10% on one side and 10% on the other side that actually feel that way. But the vast majority of us in the middle, I think, can take a lesson from my daughter, and we can make a resolution, make a statement. We have a plan. I think it's a great plan, and I think we polish it going forward with the help of our citizens, and That's it.
Believe me, if putting it to a vote would make it go away, I'd say let's go right now, put it to a vote. But you guys need to think about it a little bit. What if you lose? Well, you're gonna delay it even further then, is my point. Chances are you may lose, chances are you may not, but I'm thinking we're close. We've heard you. We're not gonna go 150,000 square feet. I've always thought around 35 and 40 was a good number for that size of property. And that would work with your 22,000 square foot footprint. But I can't support the ordinance as written tonight. It always seems like it's the same group, and I know Base Village went the same way. I got hired on up there, and it took over a year and a half for anything to ever even happen. And I'd hate to see that happen here. I'd like to see some activity on the park this summer, and something to augment RMI, a place for those people. You know, those are some high roller type people from all over the world, and I'd hate to have to see them go to, you know, down to the Element or over to the Aspinall. A nice little facility for them to stay in, but that's about all I've got.
This has been one of those issues that's actually, you know, it's amazing how much conversation it has sparked, how many people have talked to me about it. And, you know, what I really love about this is how many people we have in this room. We have a lot. We have citizens who care about this town on both sides. And, you know, to me, the Citizens Initiative is really trying to get some decisiveness on this. And, you know, Tom, I respect Tom to no end. And yes, I would never want to set the town in motion on something that truly would potentially lead to lawsuits and that. But I'm in favor of sending this to the voters. I have no issue with the voters deciding this. And, you know, I think we could come up with language that would make it happen. I know it's really, really fast and it's really, really quick and it might not happen, but, you know, it's trying to listen to everybody and trying to listen to all things, because the Citizens Initiative, if you really read it, is not that much, except for if you take the contract price out, which I want, and yeah, I want a negotiated price based on fair market value and all that stuff. But if you listen to the Citizens Initiative, it is a lot like what we were talking about. It has a square footage like we were talking about. It has, you know, 2 floors. It has, you know, everyone says it's only a half acre of development, but it's on an acre. So you can spread it out on that whole acre. And that is basically what we've been, we passed a resolution with the same kind of mapping as what the Citizens Initiative is doing. So to me, it's like, you know, you have an election and you put it out to the voters and they make a decision, because, you know, it's great that everybody is in here and, you know, yelling at us to lead, but honestly, we don't have a consensus on this board and we're not fully together on all of this. I think we're close, but we're not fully together on all of this. And sometimes I think the citizens should talk, because, you know, we had a meeting earlier tonight with the Picken County Commissioners, and they asked us during the discussion about the Whitewater Park, are they just an applicant or are they a partner? And, you know, I see the CDC here tonight, and I see George, and I really respect what Manaus has done for this valley. And I look at them as a partner. I think there's a conversation to be had with the Manaus Fund and the CDC to figure out a way to make the finances work. I really don't believe that the conversation is just a cut and dry piece of, we need our money back, we need our money back. You know, this This is a fund that I feel is in this valley to stay, and it really wants to do good things. And, you know, and they're sitting here tonight, and they're talking about park. So how do they get involved? You know, how do you pay them back? How do they get paid back? You know, is it overtime? There's so many pieces to that conversation that haven't been had. And, you know, people bring up good points about the cost of what we put in to make it developable. You know, that's part of this overall discussion that needs to be had. But I believe, you know, we really should send something to the voters, because we had a lot of people talk about 4,000 homes in Basalt. The reality is only about, you know, 800 people come out and vote in Basalt. And so, you know, 400 is about half of those voters that come out and vote. Hopefully this election, you know, putting something big like this on the ballot just settles the issue. And I'm not in favor of doing it with the language that's in there. I'm much more in favor of either setting a work session or something to just come up with the language that needs to be done. But, you know, we talk about so much stuff and about how, you know, development will solve our issues. We heard from the sanitation, we heard from the landfill, we heard, you know, about traffic, we hear affordable housing and daycare. You know, what really gets me is that we have set in motion a lot of development at Willits, and we are finally getting our first affordable housing unit 16 years later. And so, you know, we're not getting a child care facility. These were not thought about 15 and 16 years ago, but they were problems. And so, you know, we might have land to make it happen and everything else, you know, and then, you know, only way to get it would be to do, you know, tax subsidies and stuff like that, and it just doesn't work. Development needs to start really looking at all impacts and pay its own way. Why did we just have to do a $120 million bond for the schools? It wasn't just because all the buildings were falling down. It's because of growth. Growth in the Down Valley schools has created huge numbers, and we need new schools, and new schools cost tens of millions of dollars. And guess what? I have to say, on that school bond, Jackie and I went to that school board and asked them and begged them to put $15 million into that bond to put affordable housing in the bond so we can purchase it. So, you know, we want to solve these issues, but, you know, the reality here is this pan and fork is not going to solve those issues. It's not, you know, magically building it all out is going to create more vitality. What it could potentially do is create more empty space in other places of Basalt. You know, it's just we haven't shown the demand yet that all of these spaces are going to be filled. I would much rather see, for my future, my kids' future, grandkids, and everything else, is that we solve big issues like affordable housing and early child care, and that we create spaces for people to be. I think you attract people. I've already heard, you know, if you leave enough development there, which that's what the proposal is, you know, it's around 50,000 square feet, 40,000 square feet. That's plenty of room to develop. There are companies out there that would love to work with the town, like we worked with RMI, and like we worked with Roaring Fork Conservancy, to bring more business into Basalt. I think you'll see a huge difference in Basalt. Ski Coast coming. You know, RMI is fully getting up to speed. And, you know, and Picken County, I'll actually be working in downtown Basalt. I mean, there's going to be more vitality. It's because if businesses really feel it's going to be fun to be in Basalt, it's going to attract other businesses. And, you know, I just look at this as a way for the voters to come out and say, you know, a final word on it. And I think, you know, I think we could draft it. I'm probably in the minority, but I really believe that, you know, we see it. I love this. This is great. This is citizen involvement. I really enjoy this. I don't look at this as true negativity. I know some people are upset on both sides, but that's not negativity. That's passion and that's caring. And passion and caring really, you know, should drive this town, because I'd rather not be back here with nobody in this room and just making decisions. I really love the fact that people have come in on both sides, and I've been listening and reading all your comments and everything else, and I really appreciate both sides, and that's why I'm not willing to, you know, approve exact language that's in the packet tonight. But I would like to refer something to the voters. I'm sorry.
We should go to all.
I've had just about as many people come up to me on one side of this issue as the other. I've had a surprising number of people come up to me and say that they signed the petition and only later found out that the town has already bought and has a 2.7 acre park along the river that can only ever be a park. As what we're supposed to be talking about here tonight, and we've gotten all off into our plans for our 7-year-old kids and whatever, is if ordinance number 4 and ordinance number 5 should be put on a ballot. We have a very strong opinion. I have read all the case histories that Tom gave us, that is against the state constitution and it's against the town charter. My oath of office said that I will support the constitution of the state and the town charter. It would be an extreme dereliction of my duty if I voted something that, as Tom has explained, any one citizen who didn't like the fact that we put this on the ballot could challenge it and it would go to the courts. And if our council was mistaken enough to vote for it, part of that suit would be against the council for putting something on the ballot that was illegal and against the charter and our constitution. So I'm definitely not going to vote for this. Now, one of the things that I've heard is that people want to move forward. They want to get something going. Going to the courts for God knows how long at a great expense to the town is not moving things forward. I've been working on this for 4 years. This is the end of my 12th year in public office and the end of my first term of 4 years here. We started working with this with Bill Kane. One of the reasons I ran for office was to work on this. This is not some 11th hour I'm having an epiphany. We are pretty far along in the process. We've had the best public involvement with our town planning process that I've ever seen in all the years that I've been in office in 3 different jurisdictions. Thank you, couldn't think of the word. We had the DAC process. Planning and zoning has been absolutely every meeting trying to put meat on these bones. Yeah, it's taken longer. One of the reasons it's taken longer is that people keep coming forward with things to throw monkey wrenches into the process and slow it down. These ordinances will only slow it down, will not allow us to go forward. If these guys want to come up with another whole process to delay the process and come up with some other kind of referendum, I have some very strong opinions. They don't belong in this discussion. This discussion is about ordinance 4 and ordinance 5. They don't belong on the ballot. Anybody that says to me that the public hasn't had a chance to come forward and express their opinions hasn't had to sit in this seat, I gotta tell you. We had 2 sessions in the library. Both of them ran over 3 hours. I got to hear everybody's goddamn opinion in the whole town. And I listened. Anyway, the idea is to move this forward. This is not going to do it. When we get to a discussion about what should be done there or what kind of a thing you want to put in front of the public, I'll be happy to be part of that discussion. But this is the absolutely wrong thing to do. Now, I somewhat agree with David, which probably will shock David, that I agreed with him on something. But if you want different people on this council to do just what you want to do, never mind what your neighbor wants to do, we've got an election in April.
Thank you, sir. Okay, First of all, I don't think I heard any of us say that we disagreed with Tom Smith's opinion that a contract is administrative and should not be put on the ballot. So that's a short answer there. I didn't hear anyone say otherwise or disagree with that. However, I really feel like we have reasonable people on both sides of this issue. And one of the most reasonable people I have ever listened to or talked to is Kathy Click. And you cannot say Kathy is out there coming out of the blue on this. She has been in this process up to her eyeballs, trying to make it work, never leaving, never, throwing up her hands in despair and leaving. And she is the one that's bringing this forward. That means a lot to me. I don't see any reason why we can't bring something forward for the ballot that lines up with what this group has gotten 412 signatures for without violating the Constitution. I think we need to strike the contract and strike the financing mechanisms and strike the price, and as Bernie alluded to earlier, ask staff to bring us back something that pursues acquisition with fair market value and whatever needs to be said in there. But I cannot ignore this citizen petition. I cannot ignore it. I don't see any reason why, having agreed that it's not legal in the language it's in now, it cannot be changed. And for us to sit here and say we can't do it in 2 weeks or 3 weeks or 4 weeks, I don't buy that. We turned Will around in 2 meetings, guys. It's huge. It was huge. It was a huge financing tax question and a huge additional development on that question. And we found a way to do that, didn't we? So I think what we should probably do is get a motion on the questions on the ballot. And I would be happy to make a motion also to pursue bringing us language that is legal and does follow the main ideas of the citizens petition. So if somebody wants to make a motion on the issues before us right now, the ordinance 4 and...
Well, we have to make a motion in favor of, or that we pass it, or not?
No.
No, I'm saying, do we,
Motion
what's,
to deny.
how do we phrase the motion?
Motion depends on what.
Deny
Well,
or...
for denial, how do we phrase it for denial?
Move to deny on first reading. And then you wouldn't have a second
Right.
reading.
Okay. Well, I move to deny ordinances 4 and 5 of 2016 on first reading.
Second.
Further discussion?
Just real quickly, I want to mention that in 2004, when we adopted the master plan, we designated 7 or 8 receiving areas for affordable housing in that master plan that were within the urban growth boundary right here on the way out to the high school. Later on, in 2007 or 8, those sites were redesignated as just zoned residential. And, at that point in time, we had a real ambition to develop affordable housing. That's why Bach came to light. And you know what? We just didn't have the political will to get it done. So, I think to Gary's point, daycare, affordable housing, things like that have always been at the front of this decision-making body. And, we just have not had the community will or the political will to get it done down here. And, if everybody's really serious about that, think about that when you cast your vote. Other than that, call it.
We have a motion and a second to deny these ordinances as written. All in favor of denial?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed to denial? Me. Okay. I would make a motion that we ask staff to pursue language that is in compliance with the general language of the citizen petition, to pursue acquisition of the parcel, and you can throw in fair market value or whatever you want, and to allow 1.8 acres of it to be park and the remaining 5.5 acres to be developed, basically the language of the petition. Yeah,
It was 0.5 acres.
0.5. Yep.
Your discretion on the motion, but staff can't do much, Jackie, unless we have a work session with council in order to understand exactly what the majority of the council wants to accomplish. Thanks, Tom.
Well, I can make a motion. It's
You can certainly
basically
do that.
to pull out the illegal parts of this.
I understand that, but without some questions being answered by the council,
Okay, and
I don't know what
I'll
we
throw
can
in,
forward.
and have a work session. Is there a second? Yes, sir.
Before we vote on that, I'd like to hear Mr. Scanlon's proposal for an alternative line. That's the new spot.
How much time do you have?
resolution, just summarize.
Just the gist.
Resolution,
Oh, the resolution?
Yes.
Well, if you vote on this, this becomes the resolution.
Tell them what you have in mind.
Well, basically, it says that we have a zoning process that's underway. There's a purchase of property that has to occur. We've already identified it on a map that the town needs to buy a park. There's a development parcel that there's an option that extends through September on, because we checked with James DeFrancia to make sure we understood his position in the project. There's a zoning that we would tell you, create the zoning district, but let the applicant apply for the appropriate zoning district that they would want to use on the parcel. Because if the parcel continues to get smaller and it's just one commercial development, one commercial office, you don't need some of the zoning that we've talked about, which is multifaceted, not-for-profit, community-based. You don't need all that. So to make it simple for that last piece of parcel. So it just sort of bullets all of those things. The thing that we haven't talked about is the sort of taxable debt that we issued as part of an overall financing of a project that said there was going to be private development on 2.3 acres. We really need to refinance that. And that should be part of the park question, I would tell you. If there's a park, that park needs to carry some of that taxable debt as part of the overall issue. And that's a policy question. You can give up some of it, but it doesn't make sense to have taxable debt on a portion of property that's a park. There's cheaper debt available to us. It needs to be refinanced, and we should identify how we're going to pay for it, because the idea was, just as on this example of the purchase of the park, in which there would be partners that would repay the town, there was an assumption that there were developers that would repay the town for the improvements that we made.
That's the resolution?
Yeah. It's part of it. You have to address it. You have to say, what are we doing with this?
Bernie.
It's going to come forward at the next meeting.
I would propose an amendment. Make it very simply that the council shall have an additional work session on the uses and financing of the Pan and Fork.
That's a different
That's a
motion,
totally
that's not an
different,
amendment.
yeah.
That's not,
So let's.
It's a
let's-
different, let's vote this one up.
Let's vote this one.
Okay, then let me just say I'm not comfortable with this, because I have not decided that I agree with this proposal for 1.8 acres of park and only half of development. I haven't come to a conclusion, and I don't want to vote for something that indicates I have.
Well, I'll tell you, at this point, we're only directing staff to draft something for us to look at a work session.
You are talking about hiring me full-time to work on this for till the next meeting.
Yes, sir.
Jackie, I think that your feelings on this, what you'd like to accomplish with this is laudable and great. I think that that as you have stated the resolution, it's much too vague. The staff's not gonna be able to come back with anything that is even recognized. Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Okay.
I have the floor.
Okay, you have the floor.
The only way to sensibly go after this is to have the work session, give specific direction to staff to draft a resolution. Otherwise, in a resolution, not just the spirit of the council, we're absolutely giving them this vague thing. So I think that, I think where you want to go is great. I think that as you have stated the resolution, it doesn't get us there. It just wastes staff time.
I'm not asking for a resolution, I'm asking for language to go on the ballot and to have a work session prior to finalizing that language. I'm not asking for a resolution. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Good job.
As we knew. Okey-doke.
Now, Herschel, you prepared to make a motion?
Well, there are,
Wait, Rick has a question.
What I just heard was, the potential for two paths that both parallel each other. And to Gary's point, the CDC is gonna be involved in this until at least September, when the contract dies with, the pre-development agreement, which is us, CDC, and DeFrancia.
There is no pre-development agreement.
Well, they haven't executed, but we've approved it, right?
It doesn't exist. It's
But
not a contract.
that's been our decision, was to pursue that possibility, potential, right?
Right.
And I think that the issue of getting the CDC and DeFrancia together is all based on what our P and Z is trying to do right now with the property as it's shown on the plan with the polygon. And, then we're gonna, if we do go forward, we have a negotiation with a land use guy coming in here, an applicant. And in typical fashion, this community takes a long time to process those applications, and they always end up looking different than when they came in the front door. So I don't see the value in going down two parallel paths when we have a straighter shot here, not to reference Aspen's traffic problem. But, it really makes sense to me, all the investment that you guys have made out there on one side or the other, all the investment we've made financially as a community, all the time the CDC spent in the last 5 or 6, 7 years. I mean, we do need to just find a path and stick to it. The resolution you described, to me, is just about the same thing we just turned down. So I don't think we've changed anything in the process except to keep it in a legitimate, governmental, bureaucratic, constitutional, people are used to it process.
Is that a motion?
No, I'm
Because
just
we've
clarifying,
had to-
I'm just checking my understanding, because I think what we're all saying here is we want to get to the end game. And, sounds like we're gonna get there, and there's gonna be something that the public can review, criticize, compliment, support, not support, and you're all gonna get a chance to raise your voice and say what your opinion is. And then you also have the opportunity of an election in April.
I agree, and I guess what staff is looking for is direction, and that's a motion, so
That-
does somebody
Good.
have one?
No, they don't need, we just gave it to them.
Did we, what?
Yeah.
Did we ever ask staff to
No.
pursue a
Voted
resolution?
down, they voted against the motion you made out.
And I'm gonna make another motion.
Mike was
if I
making
can.
noise about a resolution.
So my motion would read,
Tom, stop.
my motion would be to direct staff to prepare a resolution amongst the frameworks of the petition that directs us the best way to go forward, either by election or not, to be discussed at said work session.
You giving a date?
As soon as staff can make it happen.
Thursday. What Thursday? This Thursday.
Public comments over.
6 o'clock.
Got home.
Actually fairly easy.
I don't live in
You're not gonna have anything on the ballot if you have to vote on two readings on an ordinance. That's right. Between now Yes.
And at the current status of this, we could not come back with one thing, because the direction is so vague until we discuss it. We're gonna have to say, you could try this and this and this, but, I mean, do you really want us to be spending the next 48 hours doing that and nothing else? I guess that's the question.
But we can't rush a half-baked ballot
No.
measure.
That's what I'm saying.
Exactly.
Even if we want to,
I'm saying we can't get
would
it
be
done.
irresponsible for us to not vet this thoroughly and then bring it to the public to vote on. So we need to just go forward the only way we can and still expedite it, which is to get together, have a work session, and come up with a framework to give staff.
Exactly.
It's
But-
unfortunate timing.
Well, and you're not saying Thursday then, right?
No.
Let's not do that to these guys.
No, I want it to be very clear that we're saying at our next scheduled meeting or something like that? Okay.
Do you need a resolution for that, or,
No.
or is the,
No?
see,
Okay.
yeah, I think the direction's clear.
We'll get it on the agenda.
All right.
Good, yeah, I agree.
5-minute break.
Together?
We need to I can read the title for you. We can open up discussion, but I would prefer having the motions separately.
Okay.
So do you want me to read the titles for you?
Sure.
7A is public hearing and second reading of ordinance number 01, series of 2016, an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a contract to buy and sell real estate between the Roaring Fork Conservancy and the town of Basalt, Colorado, and providing other matters properly relating thereto. 7B is a public hearing and second reading of ordinance 2, series of 2016, an ordinance of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, approving a lease agreement for construction and occupancy of a river center at 22826 Two Rivers Road on property to be owned by the town. This is the second reading, and we did a really nice presentation at the first meeting on what the River Center is and what the status of the plans. And if you remember, for the benefit of the public, the purpose of these two ordinances is to help provide funding so that the River Center can be built. The first ordinance is where we purchase back the property that the Roaring Fork Conservancy purchased from the town of Basalt at the same price. And then the second ordinance is that there is a lease that will be signed immediately following the town's acquisition, where the Roaring Fork Conservancy leases a portion of the property that we're buying back. We made a couple minor changes that were asked for by the Roaring Fork Conservancy. So we're ready at second reading to approve both of these ordinances. This is a public hearing, so we need to open the public hearing and take public comment. And I don't think that Rick necessarily has anything to add, but he can do so.
Can you just tell us the quick, what were the minor amendments?
They were highlighted in the margin. One was the Roaring Fork.
259
Okay.
pages, so-
One of them was that the Roaring Fork Conservancy wanted to make sure that the lease agreement was going to be executed immediately following the town's acquisition of the property. The second one was that the language that you saw at the first reading dealt with some insurance issues on the building itself, and we took that language out and we parroted it more to an indemnification and agreement, and the language that we used was very similar to that the library made us, the town of Basalt, have when we have a trail on their property. So that was all agreeable. And then there was just a slight cleanup language on the 99 year lease. So once they get a CO, the total term goes to 99 years, and there was just a little awkwardness in that language, and I think those were all the changes.
Okay, those sound pretty minor.
Rick, anything?
Just here to answer questions if there are any.
Let's start with public comment then. Open the floor, public comment, 10:01. Ready for Rico, going once. Close public comment 10 seconds later. Bernie?
Yeah, this is history. I mean, the amendment says that we're going to, for the council to purchase back the RFC parcel for $400,000 and then lease the property and contribute $100,000 toward infrastructure improvements when that becomes appropriate. Who did the Roaring Fork Conservancy buy the land for originally and from?
400,000 from us.
From us.
For $400,000.
We're just
And this was
reversing
part
that
of the
trend.
Levinson or something?
Yes, mm-hmm,
Okay.
right.
And how did we arrive at 400,000?
Because that's what, it's just to reverse the transaction, basically.
Well, we arrived at it, we appraised the site, it was worth 800,000 on the free market, and we gave them a deal at 50%, 50 cents on the dollar. And that's how the 400 came to be, and that's because we wanted the conservancy, and it was a nonprofit, and it was gonna be the part of the bookend on Midland Avenue here.
Okay, thanks.
I move approval of ordinance number 1, series of 2016, the contract to buy and sell real estate.
Second.
All in favor, or discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Done? Going Herschel?
Still on track for?
Now we're on the lease.
Yeah, now we're on those, right.
It's a public hearing also, I think.
Well, we
We did it all
did
in
that
one.
all, what- yeah.
I
Just need
move
a
approval
motion.
of ordinance number 2, series of 2016, the lease agreement for the River Center.
Second.
Comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We're done.
Can't all of them be like that?
Thank you.
You're so
Thank you for all
persuasive.
you do.
Next time we'll get you on
You guys
first.
are earning it this evening.
We'll put you on first next
Last
time.
time I was here too.
How could we get the
Let's
short
put the
straw?
top of the agenda.
That would be appreciated.
7C.
7C.
Ordinance amending Chapter 4, Revenue and Finance of the Basalt Municipal Code to add a new Article 8, establishing a 1% for the arts program.
This is a second reading and public hearing also of this ordinance. The 1% for public arts is a tool that is used throughout the country to fund arts programs. We spent some time at the last meeting talking about it. We had Nancy Lowenthal from the Basalt Public Arts Commission at that meeting, and tonight we have Nicole Levesque here to represent the position of the Public Arts Commission. We did make one change to the ordinance, and it's on page 3 of the ordinance, and we added language there that says the town council may reduce or eliminate the requirement that the 1% of eligible construction costs of town capital improvements be allocated for public art. when it approves a specific project, if the town manager demonstrates to the council's satisfaction that the capital project is only feasible without the set-aside or portion thereof. And we put that in there just to make it clear that there might be cases, particularly with very large construction projects, where this may make a difference between a go or a no-go on the project. And, you know, by the way of example, if we're talking about the Basalt underpass, and we need to be moving quickly, and I'm just gonna use a number, but if it's a $6 million project and it's $60,000 for capital, for the public arts, we may need to take a lower fee on that, so that's.
As a contractor, and you sometimes bust your tail to get the lowest prices possible, and then at the end, the owner throws something on you, it makes that impossible, so I was really glad we included this on this particular project. We're gonna start with public comment.
Yeah, let's start with, actually, let's do Nicole, and then I'll open the public hearing.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to thank the council for, one, creating the Basalt Public Arts Commission, you know, as a commitment to incorporating art in the public realm for our town. I think this ordinance would be just great for us as a commission, being newly formed, to kind of show that we have the town's full support, both as an organization and financially, when we go out and seek funding from outside sources. So we're excited to get it started, and we believe that public art is important to community engagement, which sounds like something that's really important to our community.
She noticed.
She was here the whole time.
So we'll open the floor for public comment.
Give her an extra percent for sitting through
Yeah, maybe half percent.
No, don't negotiate down. You almost got 2%.
No, 1.5. We can compromise.
Public comment? Leroy.
Just, Leroy Grogs, what is the 1%? Is that sales tax,
1% of municipal projects?
1% of municipal projects.
Of the capital expense for municipal project.
Okay. That was
No, it wasn't clear.
kind of unclear here.
Anything else? Anyone else? Close public comment. Gentlemen?
I move approval on second reading of ordinance number 3, series of 2016, the 1% of municipal capital projects for the arts.
Second. I'm starting to wake up again.
Discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
And we're done.
You got it.
Thank you.
You're so persuasive.
Thank you very much. All right, James.
Moving right along, you see, this is how you run a meeting.
These are kind of like the doors.
Moving right along.
Yeah, this stuff needs to come. You know,
During that.
I was gonna put all the easy stuff first.
See how it gets to some
I
of the
don't know,
stuff.
I think it's better after.
You can, sure, come on up.
And so if we just have a running tally, that we set every year, I think we're going on. The amount that's happening is
Yes.
It is.
I'm really,
His wife used to be mayor.
we do. That's just us.
Who do you have with you, James?
Got Clay Crossland here from David Co. LLC.
Hi, Clay.
Hi, guys. So staff
And ladies.
suggests taking items 8A and 8B together, because they relate to the same property. 8A is a resolution that would approve of a pre-development agreement with David Co. LLC for their proposal to expand the Basalt mini storage to the south on approximately 2 acres of the Basalt Design District properties. And then 8B is a resolution that would approve of annexation and substantial compliance to begin the annexation process on the 2 acres of land that is proposed for the mini storage expansion, as well as a cleanup of some right-of-way dedications and annexation as part of Southside Drive and View Lane. As background, the applicants are proposing to build 80,000 square feet of an addition to the Basalt mini storage. It's proposed in 4 buildings. You've got this in your packet. This is the proposed annexation area. Sorry, Clay.
Yeah.
I'll speak back. And this is the remainder of the Basalt Design District properties that were part of a prior application. This is the existing mini storage area. And Southside Drive, the applicant is proposing to dedicate half of Southside Drive right-of-way that wasn't previously dedicated, and the town is proposing to annex that as part of this project. As I indicated, they're proposing to develop 4 buildings of an expansion to the mini storage, which are proposed to be located on this piece right here, which is the 2 acres. This evening, as I indicated, the applicants are proposing a pre-development agreement that basically set out the typical terms that we have in pre-development agreement. The one term that's kind of unique to this is that the applicants are not proposing to dedicate the 1.3 acre parcel adjacent to the Rio Grande Trail until they develop the rest of the 9 acres. This goes back to an agreement that was negotiated between the town and the applicants that was part of the Midland addition, where the library currently sits and the post office is. Basically, there was an agreement that was entered into that said when the developer developed these 9 acres, they would dedicate to the town 1.3 acres for teacher housing. And so the applicant is only proposing to dedicate a portion, or I'm sorry, to develop a portion of the 9 acres. So they're suggesting that they wouldn't actually dedicate this parcel until they develop the rest of the 9 acres. They're proposing to provide housing mitigation as part of this instead of dedicating 1.3 acres at this point.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that very last part. They're proposing to dedicate what?
They're proposing to provide housing mitigation through either cash in lieu or housing.
Cash
loans,
in lieu, okay.
instead of dedicating the 1.3 acre parcel at this point. And then the pre-development agreement does the other items that are typical to the town's pre-development agreement. It establishes the developer of record. It establishes that the applicants would pay for a financial analysis. It establishes that the town has no obligation to approve of the final development project. The second item is the annexation substantial compliance reso. It starts the annexation process in motion. It provides for the noticing that has to occur to special districts as well as the county. And it sets an annexation eligibility hearing for March 22nd. Staff believes that the annexation petition and draft annexation map that you have in your packet meets the Municipal Annexation Act requirements. So staff this evening would recommend taking any comments that Clay may have for you here, taking public comments, but it is not a public hearing, and then providing council discussion. If you're comfortable with the pre-development agreement and the substantial compliance reso, staff would recommend approval. Clay, you have anything?
Well, I would just say, first of all, for the record, I'm Clay Crossland. I'm managing partner for David Coe and Basalt Mini Storage. And given the lateness of the hour, I would only say that I'm looking forward to making our presentation to the board at the appropriate time, and that I look forward to, with the goal of proving to the town that mini storage is a triple net positive for not only Basalt but for the community. So I look forward to doing that. Thank you.
Just to be clear, neither of these, neither of these resolution obligates the town to do development or the annexes. Just
No.
these are procedural steps that are necessary to move forward. These involve procedures in order to move the project forward, but they don't bind the council to approve either annexation or development. So just so you understand that this is going to come back to you you to deal with the merits later.
At least twice.
Yes.
We're just finding the application complete,
Right.
basically.
Questions?
Just a comment on 1.3, is that the, you know, I was under the assumption we already kind of had that. Is that this contingent, or right next to the ski call?
Correct.
Just on the other
Yep.
side of the ditch? So those two parcels, so down the road, there's this vision, as you know, of affordable housing combining with this county's Pitkin County parcel. I don't know if you've been a party to that, but that's always been part of the discussion and came up again tonight a little bit. And the other thing I just wanted to mention, if I remember correctly, is that when you did the first phase of the mini storage warehouses, that's when we got the parkland dedicated to the town, is where the library park is.
Rick, we basically did that when we did the library exchange with the town.
Okay, so
And we
that-
got a credit for park and school dedication and a couple other things, yeah.
And then we got the post office
Yeah.
and the library.
So there's, I think I put a few of those gray hairs on your
Yeah.
head there
Hey, but
through that
we got a nice
process.
library.
Yeah,
So-
and also the post office, as
Yeah.
you recall.
So I was just trying to
Yeah.
remember that, so if it
So in our presentation, we'll lay that out in detail. In fact, it's even addressed in my application. So if you would read the application, it covers this subject well.
I guess we have to do these individually, right, Susan?
Yes.
Okay, I move approval
Wait a
of,
minute, I have more questions.
You can do it after
You- Well, you could comment after the motion.
always room for discussion after the motion.
All right, sure. Question.
I move approval of Resolution 1, Series of 2016, approving a pre-development agreement with David Co. LLC.
Second.
And further discussion.
Discussion?
Ready?
So, let me, so we're not authorizing anything. At what point do we authorize the pre-annexation agreement to be executed?
The petition for annexation shall be reviewed and considered on March 22, 2016.
The actual annexation wouldn't occur until after the development
At the
review.
very end of the process, but you will look at the petition at that time.
I'm asking, when do we sign or authorize
Oh, the
the
final.
signing of the pre-development agreement?
Pre-development.
That's the next
That's-
item.
That's on the agenda right here.
Yeah, that's the next item after this
That's the
motion.
next item.
This is the
I'll
next,
hold
yeah,
my
yeah.
comment for that.
And Clay, when can we expect the 1.3 acres?
Say again?
When can we expect to receive the 1.3 acres?
It would be our intent to dedicate that when we develop the rest of the property. Understand that we have 7.5 acres there, and we're only, this proposal only encompasses 2 acres.
Just to clarify, Bernie, Reso 1 is the pre-development agreement, so this would be the appropriate time.
Okay, so then let me understand that. I just would like clarification. It seems to say that you're not going to dedicate the 1.3 acres, but you will satisfy affordable housing mitigation or school land dedication by either providing affordable housing or payment in lieu in cash.
That's correct.
Okay, so they won't be providing 1.3 acres.
Not with this application, no.
But are they still going to need to provide it when they're done the 9?
7 acres, yeah.
Well,
When the balance is developed, isn't that?
That's the intent. And I think Rick alluded to the fact that there's been a lot of discussion going on between different governmental bodies that I think will probably in the end play out to everybody's favor.
yeah, if I remember when we did phase 1 of the mini storages and annexed all 9 acres, or all 11.3 or whatever is there, 10.3, that annexation agreement we struck, didn't that include transferring that 1.3 when the development was happening? Now Leroy's shaking his head no back there, so. But there was some contingent on that, but you can bring that out and.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of time to have that discussion. And I don't mean to skirt the issue, but it's
10:20.
Okay, this is early. Yeah.
Maybe so. You know, I'm not used to this anymore.
And my other question to staff would be, I wouldn't be ready to approve this pre-annexation agreement until I know what are the affordable housing requirements and what would be a payment in lieu of. I need some numbers here.
Not for tonight, though.
Not for tonight, but I'm just saying, I will need those numbers.
We can
And
talk
that's
about
gonna
it.
all come
Yeah, that's,
during the application's gonna show, because I mean, I have questions why we didn't,
Right.
why you're not annexing the whole thing and all this other stuff.
sure.
This is just to say
We're moving ahead.
that it's eligible
Correct.
for
Yeah.
annexation, and it is eligible for annexation.
And I just very quickly would add that historically, we've made 2 complete attempts to annex all of it unsuccessfully. So,
Well, no, we don't need to get into that.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Who was the second?
Bernie?
It was Bernie seconded.
That's on number 1, resolution 1.
All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? One.
You gonna do the second one?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, I move approval of the resolution number 2, series of 2016, finding that the petition for annexation for David Rowe, is substantial.
You have to set the date.
Second.
I did.
And I'll ask a question.
It's in the
I mean, this
resolution.
seems to say,
No, this is a resolution.
in the pre-annexation
It's in the
agreement,
resolution.
developer shall satisfy any affordable housing mitigation, et cetera, by either providing affordable housing or payment. Sounds like we're agreeing to that in the pre-development agreement, but you're saying no?
Pre-development
No, this-
agreement has already been approved. Pre-annexation agreement is, or rather, substantial compliance with the requirements of the Annexation Act. These are technical statutory requirements for a property to be eligible for consideration of annexation, and that's all you're voting
You're
on.
voting on the annexation, just.
And it doesn't bind the town to annex.
Okay, that's fine, thank you.
Well, because Clay can tell us how many times we approved pre-annexation and then potentially did not approve the annexation.
Just a way to move from step 1 to step 2.
At least twice, so
That's
it's,
my only
it's
question.
not like, yeah.
We're not gonna revisit that tonight.
No, I want to move forward.
We
to
had a
standard.
motion and a second. Any more discussion? Show of hands, gentlemen, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, you're done.
thank you.
Thank you.
And James, you could power up the, I'll sit here so you can see.
Okay,
Good evening, everyone.
recycle.
Going live?
Well, if you so choose, we can go live for some entertainment, or we can go through it really quickly, so it's your choice. I do have a presentation
Is
to
it
bring you up to
different-
speed.
Is it different from our previous presentations?
It is.
I think we do it.
But I'm glad you'll run.
I think it might be helpful because I think what we need, the purpose of,
There's still people here, so, I think we should do this.
so this is Resolution 3, Series of 2016, a resolution of the Town Council of Basalt, Colorado, directing staff to move forward and establish recycle in Basalt in 2016. So we've had a previous resolution that kind of set it in motion, but the purpose of this discussion tonight is to decide, to give us direction of whether we should can go ahead and order the equipment in order to have recycle in the town of Basalt in June of 2016. So Merida Mallory, everyone knows Merida, she's going to walk us through where we are in our commitments and how we propose to make up the funding shortfall. So Merida?
Hello.
Walk in.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Susan, and thank you, Mike, for your ongoing support and collaboration to make this happen. And it was only 5 months ago that you as a council put this project in motion, and in 5 months, we've made a lot of progress, and to a point where we need to make a decision whether we would like to move forward, as Susan reiterated, with a system by the end of this week so we can have it in motion for this spring. So the goals of the system would be to provide a fast, healthy, and car-free way to run errands and conduct business while providing a convenient first, last mile connection to the transit corridor as well as to park and ride. So that is really the goal of the system. As we've seen, where we're focusing tonight would be a system that would be bifurcated into two, in East Basalt and in the Willits, Elgibel areas. We do not anticipate a lot of movement between those two systems due to infrastructure, though we know that will be happening as well. So this is the focus area of where the bikes and stations would be implemented. This is part of our valley-wide vision in which bikes will serve as a first last mile connectivity to the transit corridor with the goal of reducing traffic congestion on Highway 82. As you know, we're in Aspen. The goal would be to open in the Basalt Elgibel area here in 2016 and hopefully in Glenwood and Carbondale Springs in 2017, really creating that valley-wide connectivity. This has really been a vision not only from the elected officials, but from the riders themselves. I think of what's of importance is 78% of our current WeCycle riders in Aspen so that they would ride WeCycle in other communities within the valley. And 85% would be more inclined to get on RAFTA if they could get on a bike for the first mile, ride RAFTA to their destination, and get on a bike for the last part of their transit connectivity as well. So this is initiated really by a demand from our riders. Let's talk to a few, though Noemi wanted to be here this evening, I'm just going to speak for her on her behalf. She's a rider in Aspen, lives in the Roaring Fork Mobile Home Park, and she's really excited for WeCycle to come to Basalt so that she can ride every day and get some exercise, and she's looking forward to rallying her community as well. Kevin lives in Willits and rides WeCycle in Aspen from the 8th Street Station up to the Aspen Valley Hospital. And he is stoked that WeCycle is coming to Willits so that he will have his
Super stoked.
super stoked. So that he can have his first mile of his connectivity as well. So again, he's thinking of this full transit corridor. Mike Glenn also rides in Aspen, lives in Blue Lake, and he sees the opportunity of WeCycle being able to provide a very quick way to get to the BRT, so he can get on the direct BRT bus and doesn't have to leave a bike there, so in case he does come home with his wife at the end of the day, he doesn't have to go and pick that up. So the flexibility of WeCycle is really important in terms of convenience and adapting to our spontaneous needs in our day-to-day lives. You as a council adopted a resolution in August, 5 months ago, that you would like to have WeCycle as your first public transportation system as it's aligned with your goals. And so we took that initiative and are working hard to make that happen. To do so, as you all know, public transportation infrastructure is expensive. So the capital outlay for a system such as this scale that would be of a substantial mass so that it can actually be effective and reliable and have enough density is at around $380,000. And we're anticipating the first year-round operating costs at around $160,000. So to date, we've raised 2/3 of the funds, $240,000. Our founding partners include yourselves, the Willits Town Center, RAFTA, the Valley Settlement Project, and Pitkin County are our true founding partners of this organization. We also have launch partners. Eagle County has contributed its first funds ever to Bike Share, which is really exciting. And we are really pleased to welcome Habitat for Humanity from the Roaring Fork Valley to join this initiative as well. We are still working on some advocates and supporters, and we're really pleased that Holy Cross Energy, through their Roundup grant, has supported this initiative as well. We've approached a lot of private partners, and the challenge we've encountered is that are we going or are we not going? And very similarly in Aspen, we reached this critical tipping point where we were close enough that we had to commit to moving forward with the system, and we saw private partners and grants come on board to help close that final gap in the capital fund. So what we're looking for you tonight is to help us say we're going to go forward and make the initiate the capital expenditure so that we can get the stations and bikes in place so that they can be here by May, June, knowing that we do have this $140,000 financial gap in the capital fund that we need to make up, and that we are confident that we'll be able to do so through the public-private partnership and grants in the coming months. On the operating side, we've secured $47,500 of our estimated $160,000 annual operating grant from the partners you see above. We'll pursue a similar model to what we have in Aspen, which is that sponsorships will make up a significant portion of the remainder of this operating budget through presenting sponsorships, sponsorships on the stations, on the bikes, and through different community sponsorships. Pass sales will comprise a component of this operating budget, as will grants and private donations. The other thing we've been working on is bringing an innovative technology to Basalt that does not exist anywhere else in the country. And that is working on stations that are more unique and are more adapted to the small neighborhoods and the more rural character of Basalt and Willits. So on the left here, you see what a classic station looks like. There is a kiosk where you can kind of see the screen. There's a credit card reader. Those stations are larger and more expensive, and one can go to the station, put in a credit card, get a code, and check out a bike. What we're trying to do is create these little satellite stations where you don't have such a large kiosk. As a result, the capital investment is reduced, and you can have more stations in more frequent areas throughout the residential neighborhoods. So we're working on these satellite stations in which you will be able to check out a bike either with a pass in the lower corner or through an app, our transit app, which is a partner of ours, where you just tap the app at the station where you'd like to get a bike. It gives you a 5-digit code, and off you go. So we're moving towards this multimodal connectivity through the app, but also through kind of reducing reliance on the actual kiosk itself and moving more towards a one-app purchase. This app, just to remind you, also has all of the rafter routes on it. And so it's really exciting. You can just have one app and know at all times when raft is coming, where the bus is at that time, when the next bus is coming. So it's one place for all your transit needs. Let's see. As part of locating the stations, it's going to be really important that we get feedback from the neighborhoods and from the community itself. And so as we've seen tonight, that's really an important part of this. And so we will be doing a neighborhood participation process in which individuals will be able to log into our site and put in their name, and then they'll be able to choose a couple spots where they think is the most important for a WeCycle station. This will help us identify the most areas of most demand, and also help us cite the sizes of stations that we would need in those particular areas as well. So with your blessing to move forward tonight, we would begin this effort right away so that we can be in place this spring. The areas that we'll be considering are as follows. Again, we are looking to reach the residential areas so we can provide that first-last connectivity to the transit corridor. So we'll be identifying some of the residential areas in East Basalt, as well as some of the commercial areas. And the red dots you see, we anticipate those to be standard stations, or those classic stations that do have the credit card and screen interface for those who do not have a mobile phone to be able to check out a bike in that capacity, or are not already pass holders. In the Willits area, again, we're looking at a station adjacent to the kind of Whole Foods BRT there, as well as satellite stations in the Sopris Meadows area. And then in Elgibel, looking at satellite stations around the Elgibel Mobile Home Park up through Blue Lake, over towards, is it Summit Drive there on the left? And then most likely at Crown Mountain Park, with 2 stations where one could check out a bike, again, through the credit card, through the classic stations at City Market, as well as the Park and Ride. One of the really important components of this system is engaging the Latino community in this effort from the very beginning. So we have applied for a Better Bike Share Partnership Grant, which is a national grant. We've been invited to the second round, and through this grant, we are partnering with the Valley Settlement Project, in which we would reach out to the Latino community and have ambassadors within the Latino community to help explain bike share, engage, cycling lessons, health opportunities for using bikes on a more regular basis, using Crown Mountain Park as that opportunity, and hiring a Latino outreach coordinator. And we are really pleased to have Crawford Properties as a partner of this grant, as well as the town of Basalt for providing location and support to make that happen. Gary?
Question on that one.
Yeah.
Is there also a way to do some type of cost share or, subsidized cost just to get this thing going, like with the Latino community?
Great question. So as part of our grant, we've actually written for the passes to be subsidized, where we've seen a very good response to that nationwide with regards to equity and bike sharing. So in our grant request, we're asking for the subsidy of passes for participants in this program, and we're working on linking those passes with the RAFTA zone passes, such that riders would have access to not only bikes, but buses, and we're really communicating both at the same time.
Cool, great.
And I think that's it. So as you can see, we have some outreach to continue, and we have some riders who are really happy and excited about WeCycle coming to Basalt. So thanks for hearing again a little bit more about WeCycle, hopefully something new, and I'm eager for your questions.
You're a fast talker, we should have.
I knew you wanted to, I said, okay, if we can get through this in 5 minutes, right? You've been here long enough.
I move we approve resolution number 3, series of 2016, to direct staff to move forward and establish WeCycle in Basalt.
Second.
I just like to say this doesn't need any hype on my part, but those of us, certainly me, who ride the bus so much, that if this helps to relieve some of the congestion of the bikers trying to get their bikes on the buses, which is a clown act that, you know, should be on those funny video shows.
I'm not a clown.
And slows Rafta down so amazingly. If this helps relieve this, man, am I for it.
Great, we'll work on that for sure.
Yeah, because you don't have to put these bikes on the bus.
We're gonna-
And then the driver has to come down to get them off.
We'll work on them not getting on the bus.
Yeah, I have a question, Myrte. What kind of insurance coverage do you have for loss and damage to bikes in your stations?
Great question. So we, as We Cycle, carry that liability coverage, and we carry not only a general policy for our stations themselves, but also a personal damage insurance as well.
Well, when you say, are you saying you're self-insured or that you have?
We carry a policy.
You carry policies from A-rated or so
Exactly.
liability.
And it's been exciting to see in the bike share industry that there are more and more insurers who are now insuring bike share as it becomes more kind of expected throughout the country.
And what's your loss experience in Aspen?
We fortunately still have 100 bicycles.
I saw them the other day.
Okay, good.
They're still there.
How much is this resolution gonna cost us?
So at this point in time, you've already made a resolution to support We Cycle to the tune of $100,000. Part of that will be committed towards capital and the other portion towards operating. This resolution is committing that you, as the town of Basalt, will support an increase of $140,000 if we are not able to secure those funds through private partners. And the timing on that, just to answer a little bit more of your question, so we tried to accomplish this in 5 months, which is rather ambitious for a bike share system. In Aspen, it took us 2 years to be able to secure the funds. And so the question we really have in front of us is, do we want to wait another year and open the system in June of 2017? And we're confident that within that next year, we'll be able to secure the private funds, because we were in many discussions. We have grants submitted that we'll hear from in March and April, but that the timing is such that you can't wait until those arrive to be able to place the order for the equipment, to be able to have the bikes for the summer. So we can proceed and wait until the following year once we have all of the funds committed. Or, the question is for you, which is a challenging one, would you be willing to support if we are not able to secure those funds so that we can move forward this year?
Here's my answer. You take the capital portion and what you see in terms of the gap, it's no different than us lease financing police cars over a 3 to 5 year period. So we would just use lease financing to sort of bridge the gap. But given my experience with Merita and working with her, to raise this much money in 5 months, I feel very confident she'll get there by the end of the year.
I just wasn't clear, we're in for 100 and you're asking for another 40 or another 140?
Well, it would be 140 if we are not able to secure those funds. So it would be a max of up to 140.
Okay, I mean, my only concern is becoming an ATM for this thing
Yeah.
going forward forever, for every shortfall that comes to us.
Right.
Good concern.
Very good concern.
Well, you're gonna keep trying to raise funds, right?
Oh, yes.
And that doesn't have necessarily an ending date, right?
No.
And we have a lot of private asks, and we have submitted grants. And what we experienced in Aspen as well, we were at a similar juncture, is that we get the questions from the private entities, well, are you moving forward or not?
Yeah.
And we're confident that even within the next month, month and a half, two, this gap will really start to close very quickly.
Okay, another question. So we're on the hook for 60 for the capital fund and 40 for the operating, so that's our 100,000. How do you allocate this extra 40?
So it's an extra 140?
An extra.
Up
this
to
is in
140
addition to the
Yeah.
100?
if they can't raise it, yeah.
Can't raise it.
It's not a total of 140 if they can't raise it?
So this might, let's see. if we
Total
go
of
back
240.
to-
240, yes, that's what I'm getting at.
Right.
That's what you got.
Correct.
That's correct.
And let's see, I think this will help if we go just a little bit farther here.
Oh, you have the-
Perfect, okay.
Yeah, you had
So what you see here is that we've secured, and Bertie, I apologize for your position, but we've secured 240 of the 380, of which your 60 is already a significant portion of that. And as you see, we have.
Significant portion of the 240.
Of the 240. And we've brought in at above $40,000, Willitstown Center has committed funds, RAFTA has committed funds, and Pitkin County have committed funds. Valley Settlement Project is contributing funds in kind in terms of the Latino outreach and engagement. And then we have Eagle County, who contributed $20,000, so they're at a launch partner capacity. They anticipate committing future funds towards the system, but weren't able to do so in their 2016 budget, so they see that coming over future years. And then we have many asks out both in the public, private, and grant sector at the $5,000 to $10,000 level, as well as between the $10,000 and $20,000 level. So next time I see you, this will be much more complete.
Okay, so then we're going to be, in the following year, are we going to be asked for another 40,000 for operating, but nothing for capital?
That is the anticipation.
So real quick, though.
We don't do a system expansion.
There's another 113 missing from operating. So your shortfall's 253. You proposed that you would, you've got to operate it, and you've only got enough money to operate 25% of the system right now. So where's that 25% going to get built first?
So what we experience is we haven't even begun to try to sell the sponsorship of the system, which makes up about 50% of our revenue in Aspen, because we didn't know if the system was happening.
But if you did have to phase it in other words, we need to look at it a couple ways. One is, can we find some additional revenue somewhere to fill the gap, or like you said, less financing. The other option is to phase it in and not do it all at once. You kind of suggest that you're gonna do it all at once, and our priorities would be, given if we get another ask, to put it in our community first, which, that's just, I'm not making a demand, I'm just saying that to have an incentive to do this if it happens that way, because operating is pretty low, and if that's a yearly ask, right? So that's probably the focus you really need to have, is to make sure you have enough to operate the system. And the capital comes after you prove out that the ridership, that the usage is there. So I'm fine doing it, don't get me wrong, but you talk so fast, I'm thinking you're gonna.
Sorry. Well, I didn't mean to.
No, I know, but try to think about, okay, if it was me right now, I'd know where I'd put them.
Right.
And it wouldn't be down in unincorporated Eagle County, unless I saw a big check from Eagle County.
And that's
what
Rick,
it
you
is.
bring up the inherent challenge of where we are today.
Right.
And I think we've had discussions as to whether we do a basalt system and then wait for the unincorporated Eagle County system for the following year. There is a certain density of scale that is important to make bike share succeed. And I think it's important that we have a sufficient number of stations to be able to serve in a reliable fashion and be convenient, that you can count on recycle. And so we really think it's important that we either hold off and do it all at once, or that we do it, but we don't do it in a phased approach.
You don't.
Because if we don't have enough stations, it won't work. And I think that's the learning bike share nationwide, as well as I think we've seen in this valley, is that the location of the station makes all the difference whether you'll use it. And I think from an operating standpoint, we're really excited about some partnership opportunities that we're exploring to find a way to reduce the operating costs through partnerships and collaborations, which we will be actively exploring.
So that's a good negotiating tool to take to do it all at once.
And to continue with, I think Eagle County, it's really important that they continue to engage in a meaningful way, and perhaps, and I think they're committed to, and perhaps they are in a place where this year they're not committing as much, but they are going to commit more in future years as they see the success of it, and they see the importance that it's in unincorporated Eagle County in a very meaningful way.
We've had a motion and a second.
Yes, that's true, you do.
Any other comments?
Bless you. Thank you.
A little bit like I'm rolling the dice, but I'm hoping it works because I believe in it, so I'll be the first one to vote yes.
Yes.
Guess we're all in favor.
You're not a very good gambler.
We're gambling,
Well,
Don't take him.
I'll be right, thank you very much, and I hope we'll all be writing
we're
together end
gambling
of
on your
May.
salesmanship.
All right, well, I better get to work.
Betting on you.
I could start very soon. Thank you all, and good luck finishing tonight. Really appreciate it. Thank you.
We're not finishing, we're having breakfast brought in.
There's still breakfast to come.
We got 2 more items.
Two or one?
Two.
Yes.
There's 2.
Try to
There's a
be
work session.
very brief on this. This is first reading of an ordinance that would approve
You can
a
leave.
request
It's
for special review,
Sure, you can
a
leave.
condo amendment and historic incentives to convert an office space, which is Unit 202, in the Little Snell Building, which is across the street here from 104 Midland Avenue. It's the building that's on the same property as Saxy's. As background, the office space that's proposed for conversion is the second floor unit. It's just shy of 1,400 square feet, and it's across the hall from the Hagman unit that the council approved for conversion to residential this past year. The building contains a parking garage on the first floor that's behind Saxy's. It contains an office space and 1 residential unit on the second floor, and then 2 residential units on the upper floor. Basically, staff has included the same conditions that were in Hagman. There is one additional requirement for a portion of a parking space that staff has included a condition requiring that they pay cash in lieu for a portion of a parking space, but otherwise it's the exact same that we required of Hagman. Staff would be happy to go into it in more detail if the council would like, or answer any questions. We do have Cindy Perry, who's the applicant here this evening, if you have questions for her as well. Staff would suggest taking public comment, even though it's not a public hearing. We'll have the official public hearing at second reading, and then providing council discussion. If you're comfortable with the ordinance, you could approve it on first reading and set the second reading for February 23rd.
Any questions for James? Any questions from the public? All right, end of public comment. Gentlemen?
I move approval of first reading of ordinance number 6, series of 2016, and set for second reading on February 23rd.
Second.
Anything else? I have concern over the parking, and it's not now, but, you know, a 2-bedroom unit, maybe it has 2 families, 2 people in it someday, 2 cars, and we don't have parking for that.
It's actually
It's a 1-bedroom.
This one is, but in the building, there's 2-bedroom units, right?
There,
The upper floor is 2
units, right.
2-bedroom units.
Mhm.
So, you know, somewhere down the road, I don't want the cars parked in front of Saxy's for 3 days.
this is,
We can address that at second reading.
Wasn't addressed, yeah, I mean, they couldn't park on a public right-of-way for an extended period of time, or could they in front of Saxy's?
72-hour parking in front of Saxy's. So.
Oh, it's 72,
All you have
okay.
to do is move it. I mean, people in New York would be thrilled with that.
Well, I didn't know it was 72, I thought it was less than that. Okay,
But
it'd be good to address it.
I
So,
think
no,
it is 72, but we can check that.
Yeah, no, I agree with Rob.
And then we take a Mercedes.
You know, if there are offices, people out there during the day, and the people that live there leave during the day and the offices park, and then at night the offices leave back, so it sort of works. And I think making these residences is a great idea, but it is a concern. So, James, if you'll fix it on second reading, then.
We'll work on trying to figure out how to do this.
Motion is second, right? So we're
Yeah,
just
second
voting?
it.
We're voting.
All in favor?
Aye.
Tom's head's getting cold. So we gotta go. That it?
That's it.
Yeah, we'll see you February 23rd.
okay, thank you very much.
So you guys want to have the work session now on the Two Rivers Road Greenway path?
Well, we have Pete Loris from Loris and Associates here, and
No offense, Pete, I was joking.
the one question I have is, you know, we can make this as short as you would like, or as long as you would like. And so maybe if you kind of give us an idea, what we were trying to accomplish is.
Did you make a special trip up here, or do you have something else going on?
I was up here for another meeting in Aspen.
We try to tag it with someone else.
So you were planning on spending the night?
I am,
Having
yeah.
breakfast? We just eat at breakfast tomorrow, and you can buy breakfast. No, I'm fine. I just wanted to make sure you didn't drive all the way from Boulder for
No.
nothing.
For 5 minutes.
I'm using them tomorrow,
Yeah.
big karaoke space.
Yeah, let's hear it.
So actually, why don't I turn it over to Pete? You know, we hired Pete in May of 2015. We had used him actually before when we did the 2007 master plan. And one of the big items that was identified to look at was the one-way on Two Rivers Road, so we want to get a status of that. So our goal really was to check in with the council. We'd kind of left it that we were going to do this first phase of the work before we tried to figure out what we were going to do in the second phase. So we're really at a time period where we need some direction from the town council. Are we on the right track of where we're going? So Pete?
Right, I'll keep it as quick as possible. Go ahead, next shot. So first, we have an overview of the original master plan, which, starting at Aspen Junction, it contains a 3 to 5 foot wide crusher fine trail, various parks, minor roadway improvements, and a wildlife crossing. Next slide. And this is more where we get more of the heavy use of the trail system, where on the left side, there's a mid-river park. We're utilizing various. Does this actually work over there? It does, hey. Okay, so we have Mid-River Park, we have another, we're utilizing whatever space we have out here. Coming down past Homestead, there's there's a concrete trail, 10-foot concrete trail all the way to here. Homestead Drive, up Valley, there's a trail, concrete trail here. Roaring Fork Conservancy, and starting in this area, we had parking, bus pullouts, things like that, and then continuing all the way to Midland, and that's where our study basically ended, was at Midland. Next slide. These are costs, and we had done it as a phased project. The original cost in 2007 was about $18 million, and we projected it out to this over 5 phases. You have to take into account here that when we did this estimate, prices in the valley were going up 20% a year, so this has a pretty high escalation factor in it, but it's still a very big number. Next. So we're talking about the things that we've been looking at so far last year and this year. Go ahead. One of the big things we started out with is the concept of making Two Rivers Road one way. The concept is, if we make the road one way, they would have traffic on one side of the road and the trail would be on the other side of the road, and a lot of the costs associated in that original estimate for trails would be reduced, because a lot of those trails are on the side of the embankment, requiring a lot of structures, bridges, retaining walls, things like that. So we came up with 2 concepts. You can turn it. One way up valley, and this seemed to be the preferred route to get people into town, and then the other option was one way down valley. We sent these options to, you can turn next page, various agencies, to CDOT, RAFTA, Fire, Eagle County. CDOT was generally would accept the one-way option if it met traffic warrants, or the traffic study warranted it. And we did a study, the Fox Tuttle Hernandez group did a traffic study. It showed that the impacts were minimal, and, you know, their conclusion was the traffic impacts were minimal for the recreational and biking benefit that you got out of it. RAFTA, you know, wasn't in disfavor of it, but they would have to alter their service due to it. They wouldn't be able to go into the historic core because they wouldn't be able to turn around. So the bus would basically go to the post office, and, you know, and that's as far as it would go. So a chunk of, you know, big chunk of the historic core would not be served directly by buses. Basalt Fire strongly opposed the one-way for safety reasons. Went access along the corridor, and then the other thing was, once Highway 82 was closed for an accident, Two Rivers is used as a bypass, and so those two of their main reasons why they didn't like it. Eagle County was not in favor of the one-way. And Susan,
You know, they
maybe elaborate on
were
that.
concerned for the same reason the fire department, and they were concerned with serving kind of the unincorporated areas that are up on Basalt Mountain and up the Frying Pan and losing access.
Mhm. Okay. And then at the public meeting that we had, most of the residents were not in favor. Gary, you look at a question?
It was more of just being perplexed by sorry.
Yeah, I mean,
I understand about the fire thing and everything else, but Eagle County's explanation is a little far-fetched to me, yeah.
Okay. And in general, the public was not in favor of the one-way. It was overwhelmingly not in favor of the one-way, and pretty strongly wanting to do something more on the Emmett Trail rather than focusing on a trail up on the riverside, on the other riverside, but to improve the Emmett Trail as the link, as the major trail link.
and they could use a lot of work.
Yeah. Do you want to continue this discussion now, or just keep
Well,
going through?
I don't know, I mean, I've been looking at this section for a long time, and, got it in my mind, and I think $18 million or whatever you said is about 5 times what we could do it for, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But, 10-foot wide concrete's nice, it's very urban,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm not sure that at the end of the day, that corridor, it's wetlands, eagles, fishing, you know, and all the other things we're trying to satisfy in there, they wanna use that corridor. 10-foot concrete surface is pretty aggressive. I think, you know, even cantilever or retaining walls, I was trying to visualize how you could keep it all along the river, which there's a lot of pavement there. We have a pretty good right of way, except half of it's going straight up.
Mm-hmm.
This is a great opportunity to do what Schmeezer did with the underpass, is bring in some value engineering, constructability, things like that. I mean, this is a vision, which is great,
Mm-hmm.
but for me, it's way too overbuilt. I don't, the character of that area is not really gonna be the same with a 10-foot wide path down through it. So I don't know, I gotta think
A
about it.
little bit where we were ending up is that the big wide trail would really end at the Spring Creek Bridge at
Right.
Homestead Drive.
Yeah,
And that you'd have this 8-foot sidewalk coming down Homestead. The loop would be
yeah.
going down Homestead, crossing the chicane. It would be a 10-foot path, but Post wanted it to be gravel. So they wanted it to be a pervious surface up until you got to as you go back up Valley, up till you got to the parking. Then, once you got to the parking, you know, where you have the perpendicular parking, they thought it should then be turned to concrete. So the idea was if you weren't gonna do the trail on the roadbed, that you would probably just do a primitive trail, a primitive walking trail for much of the way.
You know, I kind of look, when I go on cemetery lane, I look at that and I reflect on that and I go, wow, that's quite the thing in the middle of a residential area, but it functions well.
It's
But
heavily used.
It is heavily used, but there are a lot of people who live over there too. And, you know, the combination of Emma on one side of the river and this one would be great, but I think, I don't know where it got, you know, design-wise, where, I think that was one of those things where everybody threw their pink dot on the wall and, you know, the top 5 got picked up. And I'm not suggesting that it isn't a great vision, I'm just suggesting that is it phased, you know, 18, did you say $18 million?
Yeah. I mean, at the time, it was a pretty exhaustive public process, multiple,
Oh, yeah, no,
multiple meetings and all that, and Gary was on the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the old process where you throw everything against the wall and see what sticks. And
Pete, did you finish your presentation?
No, I mean,
I wanted to get that out there
Yeah,
because that's
okay.
my main issue.
yeah. And also at that time, the valley was booming and it was almost like anything could be built. So that was part of, you know, I think maybe it's part, a little bit of the mentality that was going into the budget there was that, you know, you could afford it because it was, things were going
It was also, we
gangbusters.
just passed the open space
Mhm.
tax. And so we wanted to figure out, what are we gonna do with the open space tax? I mean, you know, what trail projects do we have in the future? What, you know, between this and the Willits Trail and all this other stuff and the bridge, you know, all this stuff was gonna be, you know, have a vision to say, okay, post, give us the priorities and, you know, we'll see if town council sticks and, you know, I knew at the time we were adopting it, this would be a really difficult one. And then the economy tanked and then it became super duper difficult to finish.
Right. And that's why the plan was phased two, to, you know, to have it in pieces that were supposedly affordable.
Yeah, you know, going up Homestead, we built that road and dropped it about the height of that boulder wall. As you drive up, it was where the road was.
Mhm.
And literally, in order to get the Wilds built, that whole road came down like 15, 18 feet, up, started at the top and came down. It was, and it sits on top of a lake, that's my problem. But anyway, I'll shut up, I just
Okay.
know it's late and, you don't need to hear from me again.
Right.
after
So
that.
that's one of the items we want direction on, is the one-way, is if we should continue looking at the one-way, or is it a done deal?
It is for me.
It looks like everybody hates the one-way, I don't know why you'd pursue it. I mean, if the fire department and RAFTA and everybody else says it isn't a good idea, I mean,
Most of the
that's,
citizens.
I mean, I don't know why you'd fight that fight.
Well, you're kind of showing them the options between, you know, the reason why the one-way came back was it was a complete cost analysis, that if you want to truly, you know, create connectivity by trail and promote trails from the downtown area, we need to do something, and it's extremely expensive, as we were hearing, to build separated trails on that road. It is really not fun to use that road in its current condition on a bike. I bike it, you know, once or twice a year, I don't know why I do, just to remind myself how dumb that is. But it's really narrow, and yes, we have some areas where we could bulb out and stuff, but there are significant sections that are really, really narrow, and it's, you know, to make it a really great amenity and have people to be able to bike down to fishing and river access and, you know, everything else we'd love to do. It's, the one-way was just a way to make it happen much quicker.
Yeah, but if you read the letter from the Basalt Fire Department, it sounds like it would be a serious safety thing. And so we'd have, you know, all this lovely amenity with dead people on it.
You want to finish up, or you want to just kind of shotgun it?
Pardon me?
You want to finish your presentation, you
Yeah,
want to just shotgun it, because.
We'll keep going.
Through it.
Okay.
All right. The other piece we looked at this year was Homestead Drive, providing an 8-foot wide path. Go up to the next. And, you know, very, very quickly here, we have an 8-foot wide path with a retaining wall in this piece. Here's the 8-foot wide path without a retaining wall, or maybe a very small retaining wall going up to the end. Next one. And we ended it here at where the pathway comes up from Two Rivers Road.
Right.
And Post wanted us to look at trying to get a little bit more green between the hill and the sidewalk, and we'll look at that.
Yeah,
But it might not
and
be
I've-
possible.
I've stared at that thing for a long time too, and I think the dimension with the retaining wall and the sidewalk gets tough. But back to the one-way, you know, one of the things I think
You were
that,
done.
I'm not quite. One of the things I think we have to be careful of is we have the same intensity of development on the east end of Two Rivers Road, and we're proposing the same intensity almost on the west end of Two Rivers Road. And one of the things we talked about was there's a urban entrance to Basalt coming from the east that comes into El Caron and Guido's potential development and Firehouse and all that stuff. Then as you exit town past the Roaring Fork Conservancy, you go back into more of an environment. And if we have this continuous strip of urban-style trail systems, I personally think we're gonna ruin the experience as you leave town or come back in that way, for that matter, both ways, because I believe that's the way to do it. And try to tone it down a little bit, or tone it down on both ends, you know, or something like that. But I'm just, you know, I see this in my eye, you know, in my mind's eye, I'm thinking, this could be a real difficult thing to manage from one end to the other.
Well, that's why don't give up, I would like not to give up the one-way, because you know, I didn't see enough. I mean, Basalt Fire, you know, that's their initial reaction to everything.
Here's another reaction. Stacking distance at the roundabout, other means and ways of getting in and out of here. If we have one way there, one way or the other, it's gonna kind of make it difficult to get into the downtown from the other entrances that we have. So, I mean, you gotta kind of look at the whole thing, because if we go down Valley out that way, it may help one thing, but if we come in that way, one way, and you can't get out that way, you're gonna have a tremendous issue here at the post office and at the roundabout and at the school and a bunch of other places. It's just gonna get completely packed, you know, especially with encouraging density in the core. So, I don't know, I mean, it's a big deal.
I mean, to that, there was a traffic study done by Fox Higgins, and it showed that there were impacts at the stop signs, but they weren't significant.
We didn't have the kayak, did you have the kayak park and the whitewater improvements up here factored in there?
No.
I just don't think you should throw it, just chuck it out of the mix, because if we say no to it tonight, it's gone. And I don't think it should be gone. I think it's a vision, because I look at it a different way, this is one of the greatest river assets that we have, is the Roaring Fork along there, and providing trail access along there. If we're really trying to get more office, retail, and all that stuff, people want things to do, and it would be so cool, recycle and everything. It'd be awesome to be able to have that as a community feature. It's done in other communities. If other communities can make it happen, we could see what it is. So I'm not saying that I'm wedded to it, I just don't want to throw it away.
I'm not tossing, I'm just giving you my opinion. I mean, you can skin the cat many different ways here, and I think that you can, I'd make everybody happy. If the majority of citizens wanted to stay two-way, then that's where you start.
Yeah, I'm all in favor of the trails. I mean, I think we talked about when you first came on the council that a goal of mine is a trail from one stoplight on 82 to the other stoplight on 82, a continuous trail along the river. And, you know, if the safety concerns can be addressed, okay, let's not totally abandon the cost saving, you know, by doing the one way. But I mean, I might be taking the Basalt Fire Department's comments too seriously.
I think equally, go ahead, sorry.
But if the comments by these agencies can be addressed, and that would indeed get us this with a less urban treatment in a form that we could afford it, sure, I'll go along with that.
I mean, I think
But they had serious concerns.
We're not voting anything tonight, right? This is just
No.
information.
This is a direction thing, right?
It's a direction thing. I think the more serious thing, equally serious, is the fact that Rafted doesn't want to turn their buses around in downtown Basalt.
You move the station, Move them 150 feet to the east.
Well, I just think, I think, yeah, we haven't explored it all.
Let's go that way.
Yeah.
Or put them out on that. That's the easiest piece to deal with.
I'm sorry, where would you move it to?
Either on Midland Spur or.
Yeah, that's what our suggestion was. They didn't
On Midland
want-
Spur.
Yeah, they didn't want to do the loop.
Yeah, they didn't want to go to the spur and turn around.
I mean, they would love to not having
I
it.
think the whole road ought to come in on Midland Spur.
So these were initial contacts without lobbying or, without, really pressing the issue with these agencies.
Right, that's why I'm saying don't throw it away.
How much more?
Yeah.
Let's keep going.
Yeah.
Okay, Homestead to Midland, we talked about this a little bit. Go on, James. So some of the things that we changed in here, go on to the next one. Didn't change a lot in here. We did make some modifications in here. There was a bus pullout in here for school buses to pull out and drop kids off. We took that out. We put the parking in perpendicular, and we made it 19 feet here. Over at RMI, it's 18 feet, so we gained a foot of parking there. And we reconfigured things a little bit for the new layout of the Roaring Fork Conservancy how we have it today. So go on down. The piece in front of RMI is done. And right now, this is the piece that's currently under development, especially going from Lions Park to the River Park. Big change here that we're looking at right now, we're still looking at it with DHM, this is where the bus stops are, and we're in the plan. We're looking at moving the bus stops to over here. There was parking over here, and we're contemplating eliminating the parking to have this continual park-like feel going through there without vehicles parked. Again, we're still working on that, it's evolving.
Could have used this earlier tonight.
I'm sorry?
Could have used this earlier.
Okay, keep going.
Chop, chop.
This is just another iteration of mostly the parks, you can keep going. Basalt Avenue is something we want to get some more direction on, so okay. So we submitted 2 iterations of this. One, we have the beautiful bridge, really like how you transformed the bridge. So we're improving connectivity up along the corridor, Basalt Avenue, onto the bridge, across the bridge. In this iteration, we were mostly focused on getting to the schools over here. So we narrowed the crossing here at 7-Eleven. We're improving the crossings on safety improvements of crossings of Two Rivers Road.
Well, and the biggest thing here is it goes very along with the We Cycle, is because, a ton of people from Elk Run commute, and if I have that bike, I'm gonna take it, and I'm gonna take it and then go, where am I gonna go with it? And it's like, we need this. If this doesn't, this is critical component to We Cycle and everything else. This is the most heavily used, since BRT came into play, this is heavily used by my whole neighborhood who walk back and forth and go to the bus that way. And so, it needs to be, really thought about for bikes too, because that's gonna be a We Cycle shop. It is going right through there.
That's when we, Licking County received a $600,000 grant from Colorado counties to rebuild the bridge at 7-Eleven. And we petitioned them to move the money to the Midland Avenue location that it is now. We got that done and built the bridge over here where it belongs. This is the most important intersection in Basalt, in my opinion, right here. And because we were able to move that bridge downstream a quarter mile, it offered this opportunity. Then we went and negotiated with the Stubby's guys over there, Richmond, to get access along the river to Ponderosa Park, which has been undeveloped now for quite a while. So this particular project, to me, fits in well with the kayak opportunity down there and all that other stuff. And this is the one I keep hearing from the moms about every day. So this one, you know, with the Confluence Park there and the other activities that go on, I mean, I agree with Gary. The people that stream off that bus and walk through there at 4:30 is amazing.
Well, and one thing I'd like to look at is that sidewalk near on the kind of the south side of, I don't know if you have it north-south, but it's kind of the south side of Cottonwood Drive. Is that one right there, is to make sure, you know, it's not very wide. And, you know, when I do ride my bike down that in the morning with all the kids going the other way to school, you know, that's a major thoroughfare 2 times a day. And so if we could find ways to widen that, that would be pretty, I think between that and the school would be pretty significant.
Okay. And then the next iteration of this, very similar, except Post wanted us to work on the connection into.
Actually, that was P and Z.
Oh, P and Z,
Yeah.
into downtown. So
Yeah.
instead of the focus coming this way, we split it here so you can get people and bikes both directions.
That makes sense, because I'll go downtown and get something on my way home. So, yeah, that's a cool idea.
And we're still working with 7-Eleven on access issues and things like that.
We gave them the plans. We met with one of the managers, and they sent it on to their real estate folks. So we'll probably hear more from
I
them.
think Cottonwood's only got a 40-foot easement too. Right away.
We might need to move where the trash is. So we're going to be looking at some alternatives for that area.
Oh, the other part of this is there's a mid-block crossing down here in order to get access into, over to the shopping over here.
Well, that brings up the parking piece for that whole area, because, you know, how much parking, I mean, is those the property lines on there?
No, not at all.
Well, it'd be good to work, I mean, I don't want to take a ton of time, but, you know, it'd be really good to work, because that's Confluence Park, we were talking about a boat ramp and all that stuff, so we want to make sure we figure out the parking there, because that could be a pretty cool spot to figure out how to do the boat ramp and everything, so.
So that's what you're missing,
Parking
Pete,
up in
is
here?
that on our river recreation meeting, the group kind of identified that they wouldn't mind getting kind of a boat launching area in here, so.
Over here?
Yeah, well, we didn't identify where
Oh,
on the
just
site, but
somewhere,
yeah,
okay.
in the Confluence Park
Okay.
area. So that will take some work, so we'll have to coordinate on that.
Okay.
And parking, like this plan is starting to actually reduce the amount of parking that's in the area, because we're narrowing that area and kind of shortening it with this, so.
We're gonna have to work with the commercial operators too, because they're starting to use that area to, for kind of a takeout.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was shocked to see the increase, and I see Blazing down there and Aspen Whitewater. So, you know, we gotta figure that one out, because their bus and trailer will take up that entire spot.
Yeah.
And we don't really need, I personally don't think we need to spend much time, Pete, on the kayak park ones, because on the county meeting, we kind of summarized what was happening on those two. So unless, from that discussion, you guys have something more to add on that?
Historically, that concrete section of the trail that comes from Malvern Drive down through in front of the villas, that was built where it is to get it right over to the edge of the 100-foot right-of-way, and that meaningless grass strip that's in between that trail and the roadway is right-of-way. So we had planned when we built that the road would move over, and we'd have curb and gutter attached to that concrete trail section to provide drainage like there is at the fire station. So there was some thought put into that when that trail was located there, just in case that makes any sense. But that's why it's the way it is, to move the road over.
Okay.
So what,
So basically, that was kind of the work session. We were hoping, I guess we wanted to touch base, and I guess what we kind of heard is we're not totally taking the one-way concept off, and we'll recontact the groups and talk to them more about their issues.
and I would just reiterate that, you know, on that piece, don't take it off the table because it's the cheapest, easiest option to solve this issue, and if we can work, I'm not saying I support it 100%, but I'm saying, let's see if we could really work with, I've seen this from Basalt Fire before, when they just give their first reaction, and then if you work with them, we can potentially find an issue and raft it too, and, you know, it really depends on what we're gonna do with the park and stuff like that, so let's just not take it completely off, and I'm happy if we're meeting with Post to talk about it, to just reiterate, just leave it out there for now.
Yeah, Post was willing to let it go just because they didn't like the comments that they were hearing. So.
If the fire department has a big problem with it, that this trail side, in case of an emergency, quickly drive home?
It will be.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah,
It would be asphalt, Rob, so it's certainly drivable, yeah.
yeah.
Basically, one way downtown.
I was always thinking.
I like,
So I think
People think that
in the interest of where we are in the evening,
you can easily.
we'll have to revisit the scope and figure out what we need to do to,
well, you know what,
It's better into town from downtown.
when the fire department came in and said they wanted a 45-foot-long aerial ladder for the project across the street because they wanted to service the area and our roads weren't big enough, Rappaport's comment was, go get a smaller truck. So, I don't know, that was not taken very well.
Rob, I think that we could probably wrap up.
Okay,
My favorite.
thanks for coming in, thanks for staying.
All right.
Thank you, Pete.
Thanks,
Can we
Pete.
cross off number 1 there then? I think is what the consensus I got. And
Yeah.
just, or say just continue efforts instead of
Yeah.
take this side of the plan there?
Yeah.
Great. In that case, if anybody wants to make a motion to.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Second.
God, there's a good idea.
You guys want to vote on that?
Aye.
Or just vote, aye.
Aye.
This is what it was like in 1990.
God!
This was 2006 to 2000.